Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, I found a rulebook inside my new refrigerator, is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end if you dare. The first thing the refrigerator did wrong was hum in the wrong direction. I know that sounds stupid. Refrigerators hum. Apartments hum. The whole building I'd moved into seemed to have a private language of pipes knocking in the walls, elevator cables groaning, somebody's dog tapping its nails across hardwood 2 floors up. But this hum didn't sit in the room the way a normal appliance hum does. It seemed to pull air toward it. A low, steady vibration that made the spoons tremble in the drawer and set the metal shade of the cheap IKEA floor lamp ticking softly against its bulb. Tick, tick, tick. I stood there in my socks with a box cutter in one hand and a stack of flattened cardboard leaning against my hip, watching the brand new refrigerator breathe like it had opinions. My name is Mara Whitcomb. I'm 31, female, and I'd moved to Pittsburgh 3 days earlier because my old life in Columbus had become too small and too familiar in the worst possible way. New job, new lease, new city. That was the story I told people. The private version was uglier. I'd moved because I had a talent for waiting too long to admit something was wrong. Bad relationships, bad apartments, bad bosses, a smell under the sink that turned out to be black mold, a man who kept accidentally showing up where I was. I could talk myself out of nearly anything if the alternative was making a scene. So when the refrigerator hummed wrong, I did what I always did. I tried to explain it away. "It's probably settling," I said aloud. My voice sounded flat in the kitchen. The apartment was on the 4th floor of an old brick building in Bloomfield, not far from Liberty Avenue, where the buses sighed at the curb and the restaurants vented garlic and fryer oil into the cold March air. Inside, though, everything still smelled like packing tape, dust, and the faint chemical sweetness of fresh appliance plastic. The refrigerator stood in the corner beside the narrow pantry, stainless steel and spotless, its protective blue film still clinging to the handles in wrinkled strips. The landlord had bragged about it during the showing. "Brand new," he'd said, slapping the side of it. "Energy efficient. Quiet as a sleeping cat." At the time, it hadn't been plugged in. Now it was plugged in, and it was not quiet as anything alive or asleep. A text buzzed on the counter. "Lena, here in 2. Need anything carried up." Lena Ruiz, 29, female, was my oldest friend from college and the only person in my life who could bully me into accepting help without making me feel pathetic for needing it. She lived across the river in Millville with 2 rescue rabbits and a mechanic named Dean she insisted was not a boyfriend, just a man with a socket wrench and emotional availability. She had driven over after work to help me unpack the kitchen because, in her words, people who live alone need plates before they need decorative lamps. I typed back, "Just yourself, and maybe emotional stability." Then the refrigerator clicked, not the soft click of a compressor, a sharp, deliberate sound, like a latch being opened from the inside. I stopped typing, The message hung unsent under my thumb. The kitchen bulb flickered once, not dramatically, just a tired little pulse. In the brief dimness, the fridge's black water dispenser looked like a mouth. Then everything steadied. I laughed once through my nose because that was easier than listening to my own breathing. "Nope," I said. "Nope, we are not doing that." The apartment door rattled as Lena knocked with her keys. "It's me," she called. "Open up before I drop this extremely thoughtful housewarming gift." I crossed the room too quickly, grateful for a normal sound. When I opened the door, Lena stood in the hallway wearing a charcoal peacoat over green scrubs, her dark hair twisted into a knot that had started the day neat and ended it in rebellion. She had a paper grocery bag tucked under one arm and a 6-pack of ginger beer dangling from 2 fingers. "You look haunted," she said. "I look like I've been unpacking for 72 hours. You look like the apartment one. It's making noises. Old buildings make noises. The fridge is new. New things make expensive noises." She stepped inside, nudging off her boots by the door. The hallway behind her smelled like wet wool and someone's cigarette smoke trapped in a stairwell. She held out the paper bag. Bread, eggs, clementines, coffee, and one of those rotisserie chickens from Giant Eagle that tastes like salt with bones. Romantic. I thought about flowers, but flowers don't become sandwiches. As she moved into the kitchen, I watched her expression change. Not fear. Lena didn't perform fear until it had earned the right. It was more like concentration. She paused in the doorway with the grocery bag against her hip. "That's loud," she said. "Thank you. I didn't say haunted. You thought it. I thought compressor issue. Maybe uneven floor." She crouched beside the refrigerator and pressed 2 fingers against the bottom grill. "Did the delivery guys level it? I assume." You assume a lot for someone who owns 3 kinds of anxiety tea. I don't own them. Others sent them. Different diagnosis, same cabinet. She rocked the refrigerator gently. It didn't move. The hum continued, thick and low. The floor under my feet seemed to carry it into my ankles. Lena stood and peeled back a strip of blue film from the handle. It came away with a squeak that made both of us wince. "Have you put anything in it yet?" "Just baking soda." "You bought baking soda before food. My priorities are smell-based." She opened the refrigerator. The light came on. Cold air spilled out, clean and empty. For half a second, it was just a new fridge, glass shelves, 2 drawers, a little plastic tray for eggs nobody used correctly. The baking soda box sat alone on the middle shelf like a sad tenant. Then something shifted in the bottom drawer. A thin paper edge lifted and settled. Lena glanced at me. "Did you leave paperwork in here?" "No, warranty stuff. The manuals were taped to the outside." She pulled open the crisper drawer. Inside was a booklet. Not a folded receipt. Not installation instructions. A booklet, maybe 5 inches wide, bound with 2 black staples. Its cover made from thick off-white paper that had gone slightly wavy from the cold. There was no brand logo, no barcode, no friendly cartoon chef warning us not to store children in the appliance. Just typed words, centered on the front. Household refrigeration rulebook beneath that, in smaller print. Unit 4C. For a while neither of us moved. The refrigerator hummed. Street below, a bus exhaled at the stop, brakes squealing faintly through the closed window. Somewhere upstairs, the dog started its quick little nail click patrol again. Lena reached for the booklet. "Wait," I said. She froze with her fingertips half an inch above it. "What? I don't know. Mara," I said, "I don't know." That was the annoying thing about Lena. She could hear the real sentence underneath the sentence. She let her hand drop and looked at me, no joke in her face now. "You okay?" I wanted to say yes, reflexively. Immediately, I wanted to say, it's probably a prank from the landlord, probably left by the delivery guys, probably some weird manufacturer insert, probably nothing, probably anything except a reason to get loud or be difficult or call someone. Instead, I rubbed my thumb along the box cutter handle until the ridges bit into my skin. "This wasn't here before. You checked the drawers. I wiped them out yesterday." "With what?" "Vinegar spray." "You wiped out every drawer?" "Yes." She looked back at the booklet. "Then someone put it there." The sentence landed harder than it should have. My apartment had 2 locks, 1 deadbolt, and 1 old chain that looked decorative at best. The windows opened onto a fire escape that ran along the back of the building. Metal steps, rusted orange at the edges. The landlord had said nobody used it except painters and smokers, which had seemed charming during the showing and less charming now. I walked to the kitchen window and looked out. The glass reflected my face first, pale, tired, hair clipped up with a pencil, because all my hair ties were hiding in some box labeled MISC/do not open unless desperate, which naturally meant I'd need it every day. Beyond the reflection, the fire escape crouched in the blue-gray evening. A plastic grocery bag had snagged on the railing below and shuddered in the wind. No one there. No footsteps on metal. No face in the dark. Lena said, "Mara, I'm looking." "I know," she meant. "Stop looking before you build something you can't take apart." I turned back. The booklet was still in the drawer. Lena took out her phone and snapped a picture before touching it. Practical. Nurse brain. Evidence first, panic later. Then she pinched the corner and lifted it out. It made a soft, scraping sound against the plastic drawer. The cover was damp, but not soaked. The staples were clean. The typed words were crisp, as if someone had printed it that morning and slid it into the fridge before the cold could curl the paper. I noticed, absurdly, that it smelled faintly of freezer burn and printer toner. Lena set it on the counter. "Do you want me to open it?" she asked. "No." "Do you want to open it?" "No." "Great. We're making progress." I hated that I laughed. It came out small and cracked, but it was there. Before either of us could decide what to do, my phone buzzed again. Not a text this time. A call. "Mom," I stared at the screen. "You don't have to answer," Lena said. "I do, or she'll call the police in Ohio." "She cannot call the police because you missed one call. You haven't met my mother. My mother, Elaine Whitcomb, 58, female, lived in Dayton and believed worry was a form of preparedness. She had mailed me pepper spray I hadn't asked for, a carbon monoxide detector I already owned, and the 3 anxiety teas Lena had mocked. I loved her. I also knew that if I told her there was a rule book in my refrigerator labeled with my apartment number, she would be in her Subaru before the kettle cooled. I answered. "Hey, Mom." "Hi, honey. How's the new place? Did the mattress come? Did you check the smoke detectors?" "Yes and yes." "And the window locks?" I looked at the kitchen window. "Most of them." "Mara, I'm kidding," Lena silently mouthed. "Liar." I turned away from her. "The place is good. Still unpacking." "What's that noise?" For a second, I thought she meant the refrigerator, and my scalp prickled with the sheer stupid intimacy of it. The idea that the sound was loud enough to travel through my phone and across state lines into my mother's ear. "What noise?" "That humming." "Are you running a fan?" "The fridge is loud." "Brand new things shouldn't be loud. Call the landlord." "I will." "You say 'I will' like it means please stop talking." "It means I will." There was a pause. In it, I could hear her television murmuring in the background, some local news anchor speaking with grave cheerfulness about traffic. Then her voice softened. "Are you sleeping?" Mara, Mom, I just want this to be good for you." That nearly got me. Not because it was dramatic, but because of how ordinary it sounded. Her standing in the kitchen in Dayton, me standing in a kitchen in Pittsburgh. Both of us pretending geography could fix whatever I had carried with me. "It is good," I said. "It's going to be." Lena had picked up the booklet again. She wasn't opening it, just weighing it in her hand. My mother said, "Call the landlord about the fridge." "I will, tonight." "Okay, and eat something real." Lena brought chicken. "Oh, good. Tell Lena I love her." "Mom says she loves you." Lena put a hand over her heart and whispered, as she should. After I hung up, the apartment felt larger and less friendly. I texted the landlord. "Hi, Mr. Kessler. The new refrigerator in 4C is making a loud, humming, clicking noise. Also found some paperwork inside labeled for the unit. Did maintenance leave anything here?" I stared at the message for too long before sending it. Lena noticed. "You left out creepy rulebook." I'm easing into it. "You're managing a landlord's feelings about refrigerator literature." I'm trying not to sound insane. There's a difference between insane and specific. I found a rulebook in my fridge sounds insane. Then send a picture. She was right. I attached the photo of the cover and hit send before I could negotiate with myself. The message delivered. No reply. We unpacked groceries around the booklet without touching it again. That became, without discussion, the rule. The chicken went onto a plate, eggs into the door, clementines into a ceramic bowl I'd bought at a thrift store because it was yellow and chipped and seemed like something owned by a person who had her life together. The refrigerator hummed through all of it. Every few minutes, it clicked. Each click made my teeth set. Lena pretended not to notice after the third one. "I can stay tonight," she said, pulling 2 forks from a box wrapped in newspaper. "No, you don't get points for refusing help." "I know. Do you? I don't want my first night mostly unpacked to be me hiding behind you." That is a very poetic way to describe a sleepover. I'm serious. "I know." She set the forks down and leaned against the counter. Her face had softened again, but carefully, like she knew too much gentleness would make me defensive. "Is this about Gavin?" The name made the kitchen shrink. Gavin Mayer, 34, male, was not present in the apartment, not in Pittsburgh as far as I knew, and not someone I had invited into my new life. He had been my boyfriend in Columbus for 11 months, which was long enough for him to learn exactly how to make concern feel like surveillance. He never hit me. That was the line I used for too long. He just checked my location questioned my tone, turned up at my office with coffee after I stopped answering texts, made me feel unreasonable for wanting any room inside my own life. "No," I said. Lena waited. "Not exactly. You changed your number. I know. And your job. I know. And your city. Lena. I'm not saying he did this. I'm saying your body doesn't care if it's likely. It remembers patterns." The refrigerator clicked again. This time it was followed by a faint rustle from the counter. Both of us looked. The booklet cover had lifted slightly at the corner, stirred by the vent or the vibration or our own movement in the kitchen. It settled back down, a normal thing, almost certainly. Lena reached for it. "Let's just see what it says." "No," the word came out sharper than I meant. She stopped. My face burned. "Sorry, don't be. It's paper. It's paper someone put in your fridge." That was the problem, not the booklet. Not the words on it, unread and probably ridiculous. The problem was the hand I couldn't see. The person I had to invent. Maintenance, delivery driver, landlord, previous tenant. Gavin, impossible, and not impossible enough. Someone with access. Someone close enough to know the apartment number before I had even learned which light switch controlled the garbage disposal. My phone buzzed. A reply from Mr. Kessler. "Refrigerator is new from vendor. No rule book from us. Maintenance has not entered since your move-in. Can stop by tomorrow afternoon to check noise." I showed Lena. Her mouth tightened. "Okay," she said. "That's not comforting." "No, he says maintenance didn't enter. That doesn't mean no one entered. Please don't say it like that. I'm not going to lie to you." I looked at the deadbolt, then at the chain, then at the window. Apartment had seemed bright when I signed the lease, sunlight slanting across refinished floors, the kitchen white and clean and almost smug. Now evening pressed against the glass, and every reflective surface held a second version of the room. Lena picked up the box cutter from where I'd left it near the cardboard. First, we checked the window locks, then the closets, then under the bed, because I know you won't sleep unless we do. Then we read the stupid fridge pamphlet like adults. I wanted to argue. Instead, I nodded. We moved through the apartment together. The bedroom was still mostly boxes, mattress on a metal frame, sheets twisted from a bad nap I'd taken at 4 in the afternoon and woken from with my heart banging because a truck had backed up in the alley below. The closet was empty except for winter coats and a vacuum cleaner. The bathroom window was painted shut. The living room windows latched. The one latch was loose enough that Lena made a face and took a picture for the landlord. Under the bed, nothing but dust and one runaway screw from the frame. Normal rooms, normal mess, normal evidence that I was a grown woman afraid of her appliance. Back in the kitchen, the refrigerator had quieted, not stopped, changed. The hum was softer now, almost polite, but the absence of that heavy vibration made the room feel like it was waiting for us to notice. The booklet sat on the counter between the yellow bowl of clementines and the unopened ginger beer. Lena washed her hands at the sink. The pipes knocked twice behind the wall. She dried her fingers on her scrubs and looked at me. "You want gloves? Why would you say that?" "Because I work in an ER and I have gloves in my car." "Do we need gloves?" "Probably not. But sometimes small rituals help." That was so Lena, I almost smiled. I thought about calling my mother back and telling her nothing. I thought about calling the police and explaining that my new refrigerator contained mysterious household instructions, and hearing the tired pause on the other end. I thought about taking the booklet downstairs and throwing it into the building's trash chute unopened. But then I thought of the cover. Unit 4, see not a general prank. Not random. Specific. Mine. Outside, a siren started somewhere far off, rose between the buildings, then faded toward Penn Avenue. Lena and I stood in the kitchen without speaking until the sound was gone. Then she said, "Your call." That was the unfair part. She meant it kindly, but choice had always been the place where I got stuck. Stay or leave, speak or swallow it, open the thing or pretend I hadn't found it. Every bad situation I'd survived had begun with a small decision I tried to make comfortable. I looked at the refrigerator. I looked at the booklet. Then I reached out and put 2 fingers on its damp cover. The paper felt colder than it should have, as if it had stored more than temperature. "I'll open it," I said. Lena moved closer, not touching me, just close enough that I could feel the warmth of another person beside my arm. I hooked my finger under the cover. For one ordinary second, nothing happened. Then the refrigerator clicked again. Sharp, patient, like it had been waiting for me to begin. And I had to decide whether to keep reading. I kept my finger under the cover for one more second, long enough for the refrigerator to click again and for Lena to whisper, "Okay, that's annoying." Not terrifying, annoying. I clung to that. Annoying meant repairable. Annoying meant a compressor relay or a loose drip tray or one of those stupid noises appliances made right before a technician charged you $90 to say, "Yeah, that happens." Annoying did not mean someone had been inside my apartment. Annoying did not mean the booklet had appeared in a drawer I had cleaned with vinegar spray less than 24 hours earlier. I opened the rulebook. The first page was blank, except for a single typed line in the middle. Do not turn the temperature below 37 degrees F. Lena leaned closer. Her shoulder brushed mine. "That's it," she said. I flipped to the next page. Do not remove the baking soda. A little breath came out of me. Not relief exactly. More like my body had been preparing for something theatrical and got handed a chore list instead. "Well," Lena said, "technically you're already compliant. It says do not remove the baking soda, so don't. That's not a refrigerator rule. That's a smell rule." Maybe the previous tenant was passionate about odors. I turned another page. Do not store raw meat on the top shelf. Then, do not leave the door open longer than 8 seconds after midnight. Then, do not ignore a clicking sound. The kitchen seemed to narrow around that one. The refrigerator hummed softly behind us, like a machine trying not to be noticed. I said, "No." Lena took the booklet from my hand before I could close it. "Let me see." "Lena," she held it under the light. "It's just printed, normal paper, staples, no handwriting." "Read the next one." She hesitated. That was the first time I saw her hesitate. Then she turned the page. "If the water dispenser drips without being used, turn off the supply valve within 10 minutes. We both looked at the dispenser. It was dry. I laughed too loudly. "Great, fantastic, appliance-themed escape room. Lena didn't laugh. She had gone still in that ER way of hers, not panicking, not soothing, just taking inventory. Eyes to the fridge, eyes to the floor, eyes to the narrow gap between the cabinet and the wall. "What?" I asked. "Nothing. You made your nurse face." "I have one face." "You have a face for when a drunk guy says he only had 2 beers and his hand is wrapped in a towel." She lowered the booklet. "Check the floor under the fridge." "For what?" "Water." "There isn't water, Mara," I crouched. The linoleum under the refrigerator was an ugly beige pattern pretending to be stone. I pressed my palm to it. Cold, dry. I leaned lower and squinted into the dark line beneath the appliance. Dust. A twist of blue plastic from the handle film. Nothing shining. "No water," I said. Lena exhaled. "Good, you thought there'd be water." I think whoever wrote this knows enough about this specific fridge to mention the clicking. Or it clicks because fridges click. Sure, but you don't think sure. I think we should stop touching things and call somebody. I stood too fast. My knee popped. "Kessler's coming tomorrow. I mean tonight." "Like who?" "A locksmith. Maintenance emergency line. Non-emergency police if we have to." The last one made my stomach knot. I could picture it too easily. 2 officers standing in my half-unpacked kitchen, polite in the way people are polite when they've already decided the problem is you. A rule book in a refrigerator. A hum, a click, no broken lock, no missing property, no visible threat. A woman who had just moved states after a controlling ex and maybe saw him in every shadow. "No police," I said. "I didn't say start there. But you were going there. If someone entered your apartment, that is a reason to call." "We don't know that." "How else did it get in here? The delivery guys." "You said the drawers were empty when you wiped them." "Maybe I missed it." Lena stared at me. I hated that stare. Not because it was cruel, because it was accurate. She said, "You didn't miss a booklet in an empty crisper drawer." I could have. "No, you don't know that. I know you. You cleaned the refrigerator before you put 1 box of baking soda in it." I looked away first. The box cutter sat on the counter near the pile of cardboard. Its orange handle was bright under the kitchen light, too vivid, almost childish. I picked it up just to have something in my hand. Lena noticed, but didn't tell me to put it down. My phone buzzed. A new message from Mr. Kessler. "Can come by tomorrow 2-4. If noise worsens, unplug unit overnight and keep doors closed. Food should stay cold a few hours. Vendor warranty requires unit not be moved." I showed Lena. "Unplug it," she said. "That's what he says." That doesn't solve who put the booklet there. It solves the clicking. Maybe, don't say maybe like that. I'm allowed one tone. A faint tapping came from the refrigerator door, not inside, outside. A tiny, wet tick against metal. We both turned. A drop of water swelled at the dispenser nozzle. It gathered slowly, fat, and clear, reflecting the kitchen light in a bright bead. Then it fell, tick. It hit the drip tray. Another bead began forming. For a moment, neither of us spoke. The booklet lay open on the counter to the page about the water dispenser. If the water dispenser drips without being used, turn off the supply valve within 10 minutes. Lena grabbed her phone and checked the time. 8:13, she said. "That's not midnight." "No, but 10 minutes is 10 minutes. It's probably just pressure in the line." "Probably. Where's the supply valve?" "I don't know." "Behind the fridge. Kessler said don't move it." Kessler can write a poem about it. Where's the valve? The drip fell again. Tick, tick. I hated how small the sound was. It wasn't movie dangerous. It was plumbing dangerous. Apartment dangerous. Security deposit dangerous. Water through floorboards. Downstairs neighbor pounding on the ceiling. Landlord blaming me because I didn't know enough to turn off a valve in time. It was exactly the kind of ordinary emergency that made people look incompetent afterward. I don't know where the valve is, I said again, and the words came out thin. Lena crouched beside the fridge, feeling along the wall. There might be a shutoff under the sink. I yanked open the cabinet under the sink. The smell of particle board and old cleaning products breathed out at me. There were 2 valves, one hot, one cold, and a mess of pipes. No labeled refrigerator line. Nothing obvious. Take a picture. Why? So we can zoom in. I took the picture. My hands were shaking enough that the first one blurred. Lena held out her hand without comment, and I passed her the phone. She enlarged the image. That line goes up, she said. Sink only, I think. The refrigerator dripped again. Tick. A harder click came from the back of the appliance. Then the hum deepened. The lamp shade began its tiny metallic ticking again. This is ridiculous, I said. Yep, I am being bullied by a whirlpool. Is it a whirlpool? I don't know. Then you're being bullied by an unidentified appliance. That almost broke the tension. But then my phone buzzed in Lena's hand. Not Kessler, an unknown number. The message preview appeared across the screen. Do not unplug the refrigerator. Lena and I looked at it together. The room lost all its harmless edges. She handed me the phone slowly. I opened the message. That was all it said. Do not unplug the refrigerator. No punctuation beyond the period. No name. No context. Just those 5 words, arriving less than a minute after Kessler told me I could unplug it. My first thought was Gavin. Not because it made sense, because fear is lazy. It reaches for the shape it already knows. I could see him sitting somewhere with that calm, wounded look he used when he wanted me to apologize for being afraid of him. I could hear him saying, I just wanted to make sure you were okay. You always make things bigger than they are. Lena said, do you recognize the number? No. Screenshot it. I did. Don't reply. I wasn't going to. You were thinking about it. I was thinking about asking who it is. That's replying. Another drip. Tick. Lena checked the time. 8:16. Stop timing it. The booklet gave a time limit. The booklet is not in charge. No, but the water line is. She moved toward the fridge. What are you doing? I asked, looking behind it. Kessler said not to move it. Kessler is not standing in the puddle if this line bursts. There's no puddle. There will be if we do nothing and it gets worse. Don't move it alone. Then help me. I didn't. For 1 second, I just stood there, frozen in that old familiar hallway inside myself. One door marked overreacting, one marked too late. I had spent years choosing wrong by choosing nothing. Lena knew it. I knew she knew it. That made it worse. She softened her voice. Mara, I need you to help me pull it out 6 inches. Not across the room. Just enough to see the line. Scratch the floor. Mara, it could void the warranty. Mara, I don't want to make this worse. It is already worse. The refrigerator clicked again, louder this time, a plastic snap followed by a shutter in the cabinet. The drip became a thin thread for half a second before breaking into drops. Tick, tick, tick. That did it. I put the box cutter down and grabbed the left side of the fridge. Lena took the right. The stainless steel was cold and slightly tacky where the protective film ended. We pulled. At first, it didn't move. Then it jerked forward with a rubbery squeal against the floor. "Stop," Lena said. We stopped. The space behind it smelled wrong. Not rotten, not burning. Wet dust and warm plastic and something metallic, like pennies left in a sink. A narrow copper water line ran from the wall to the lower back of the refrigerator. Around the connection, moisture glistened. "There," Lena said. "Valve." A small oval shutoff knob sat close to the wall, half hidden behind the line. Crouched, reached for it, then stopped. The wall behind the refrigerator had marks on it. Fresh scratches, not the broad scuffs you get from moving an appliance. These were thin, angled lines cut into the paint near the outlet, clustered around a metal plate I hadn't noticed before. The plate was about the size of a playing card and didn't match the wall. New screws, clean edges, a small black dot in its center. Lena saw it too. "What is that?" I whispered. She leaned closer, then immediately leaned back. "Don't touch it. Is it a camera?" "I don't know. It looks like a camera." I said, "Don't touch it." The tiny black dot stared from the wall behind the refrigerator, positioned so that with the appliance pushed back, it would have a narrow view of the kitchen through the gap beside the fridge. Or maybe it was a sensor, or part of some smart appliance installation, or a harmless plug cover. But then my phone buzzed again. Same unknown number. Rule 1 is not optional. I looked down at the open booklet on the counter. The first rule: do not turn the temperature below 37 degrees F. I had not changed the temperature. I had not touched the panel, but somebody thought I might. Somebody was watching closely enough to know we had pulled the refrigerator out. Lena's face hardened. "Turn off the valve," she said. "What about the text? Turn off the valve. What if whoever this is, wants you scared and obedient? Water damage is real. Do it." Her voice snapped on the last sentence, and it worked. Not because I was calm, because she wasn't asking me to interpret anything. She was giving me a task. I reached behind the refrigerator. The space was tight, and the copper line pressed cold against my wrist. My fingertips found the oval knob. It was stiff. "I can't turn it clockwise." "I know. Use the towel." She handed me a dish towel. I wrapped it around the knob and twisted. Pain flashed across my thumb where the edge bit into skin. The valve gave suddenly, a quarter turn at a time, gritty and reluctant. The dripping slowed. Tick, long pause, tick, then nothing. I stayed crouched there longer than I needed to, breathing in wet dust. Lena said, "Good." My phone rang. Unknown number. The sound ripped through the kitchen so loudly I nearly hit my head on the freezer handle. Lena said, "Don't answer." I stared at the screen. It rang again and again. A normal ringtone. Bright, cheerful, obscene in that room. "If it's Kessler from another number," I said. "It is." "You don't know that." "Mara," I answered. Lena swore under her breath. For a second, there was only static. Not dramatic static, phone static, fabric rubbing a microphone, a faint hiss. Then a man breathed out, close to the receiver. "Mara," he said. I couldn't move. It was Gavin. The voice was older, rougher, local maybe. One of those Pittsburgh vowels that turned the edges of words heavy. He said, "You should put it back where it was." I ended the call. The kitchen came back in pieces, Lena's hand gripping the counter, the refrigerator angled out from the wall, the booklet open under the light, the lamp ticking faintly, my own thumb bleeding where the valve had cut it. Lena took the phone from me. "You heard that?" I asked. "Yes." He knew my name. "Yes." He knew. "Yes." She was already moving, locking the apartment door, sliding the chain, checking the window we had checked 20 minutes before. "We call the police now," she said. This time I didn't argue. She dialed from her phone, not mine. I heard her switch into the calm, precise voice she used with triage nurses and drunk relatives in waiting rooms. "Hi, I'm with my friend at her apartment in Bloomfield." She received threatening texts and a call from an unknown number, and we found what may be a camera or unauthorized device behind her refrigerator. There's possible unauthorized entry. Possible unauthorized entry. The phrase sounded both too small and too huge. I pressed a paper towel around my thumb and watched red spread through the white fibers. My injury was tiny, embarrassing almost, but the sting helped. It kept me in my body. Lena gave the dispatcher the address, the unit, my name, her name. She listened. "No, we don't see anyone inside. Door is locked. We have not touched the device." "Yes, we can wait." "Yes." She hung up. "They're sending someone. Could be a bit unless there's active danger." "How long is a bit?" She didn't say. From the hallway outside my apartment came a soft creak. Both of us turned. Old building, I told myself. Pipes, neighbor, floorboards. Then came another sound, a footstep, slow, just beyond my door. Lena held up one hand. "Stay." She moved toward the peephole. I wanted to tell her not to. I wanted to tell her to get away from the door, to stand in the kitchen with me and the half-pulled refrigerator, and the rule book and the phone that now felt contaminated. But no sound came out. She leaned to the peephole. Her face changed. Not fear first, recognition of a problem. She backed away without turning her back fully to the door. "What?" I mouthed. Before she could answer, something slid under the door, a piece of paper. It whispered over the wood floor and stopped against one of my unpacked boxes. The hallway footsteps retreated. 1 step, 2. Then the stairwell door opened with its familiar scrape and closed below the apartment with a heavy thud. Lena grabbed the box cutter. "Stay back," she said, but I was already staring at the paper. It was the same off-white stock as the booklet, folded once. My name was typed on the outside, not Mara, not Ms. Whitcomb. Unit 4C occupant. Lena crouched and flipped it open with the tip of the box cutter. Inside, one sentence had been printed in the same plain font. "Police will ask about the refrigerator. Do not let them move it." Neither of us said anything for several seconds. Then the refrigerator made one more sound. Not a click, a low internal knock, like a plastic bin shifting under weight. Lena whispered, "We need to get out of the apartment." I looked at the door, the hallway, the paper. The refrigerator pulled just far enough from the wall to show the wet line and the black dot behind it. "We called the police," I said. "I know. They're coming here. I know. So we wait. Mara, someone was just outside your door. And if we leave, we go into the hallway where they were." Lena opened her mouth, then closed it. That was the choice. Stay inside with the refrigerator, the device, and whatever else had been staged for us. or step into a hallway where someone had just stood close enough to slide a message under my door and walk away calmly. My phone buzzed again in Lena's hand. Same unknown number. This time it was a photo. The picture showed us from above and behind, standing in my kitchen. Me with a bloody paper towel around my thumb. Lena holding the box cutter. The refrigerator pulled out from the wall. The image had been taken less than a minute ago, from inside the apartment. For a few seconds, the photo on my phone became the whole apartment. Everything else flattened around it. The half-pulled refrigerator. The yellow bowl of clementines. Lena's white, knuckled hand around the box cutter. My thumb wrapped in a paper towel gone damp and pink. The open rule book on the counter. All of it was there in the photo, tilted slightly, as if the person taking it had been standing high behind us. High behind us. I looked up. The kitchen ceiling had an old vent near the back wall, above the refrigerator alcove. I'd noticed it during the showing, because the metal grill was painted over so many times, the slats looked half melted. It sat between the fridge space and the pantry door, just above eye level if you were standing on a chair. Not high enough for a person to hide behind, I told myself. Not unless the building had been designed by raccoons. But the angle was right. Lena followed my eyes. No, she said. It was not a calming no. It was a boundary. She was telling the room what it was not allowed to become. I whispered. The photo came from there. Maybe, there could be another device. That is not better. She took 2 steps backward, scanning the ceiling corners, the top of the cabinets, the smoke detector in the hallway, outside the kitchen. The apartment's layout was suddenly too easy to map in my head, like I was seeing it through someone else's camera. Front door opening into the living room, kitchen on the left, narrow and bright. Hallway past the living room, leading to bedroom on the right, and bathroom at the end. Fire escape outside the kitchen window. Old radiator under the living room window. Boxes everywhere creating little blind corners. I had wanted the apartment to feel cozy. Now it felt like a diagram. First attempt, Lena said. What? We get eyes off us. She moved fast, but not wildly. She yanked a dish towel from the oven handle, dragged a chair from the little breakfast table, and climbed onto it before I could tell her not to. The chair legs squealed on the linoleum. Hold it steady, she said. Lena, hold the chair. I held it. She reached up and slapped the dish towel over the vent. It didn't stick. She cursed, pulled a strip of packing tape from a dispenser on the counter, bit it off, and pressed the towel against the painted metal grill. For 1 second it held. Then the paint underneath gave way with a dry crackle, and the towel peeled loose. At the same moment, the refrigerator clicked. Lena flinched. The chair shifted. I grabbed her calf with my good hand, and she caught the cabinet edge hard enough that the mugs inside rattled. The box cutter clattered onto the counter. Her knee banged the chair back with a dull wooden thud. Down, I said. Get down. I'm fine. You're shaking. So are you. She got one more strip of tape up before stepping down, jaw tight. The towel hung crooked over half the vent, leaving 2 slats exposed. Partial fix, partial comfort. My phone buzzed again. Same unknown number. Do not cover ventilation. Lena stared at the message over my shoulder. "Okay," she said. "That tells us something. That someone is watching. That someone is watching closely and wants airflow." Airflow. The vent, the fridge, the rulebook, water line. This isn't random spooky nonsense. It's equipment. I wished she hadn't said that. Equipment made it more real. Equipment meant planning, tools, access, patience. I grabbed the unopened ginger beer bottle because I needed something heavier than my phone. My cut thumb throbbed around the paper towel. My skin felt too tight over my face. "We leave," I said. Lena looked toward the door. "We already talked about the hallway. We call 911 again and tell them someone is outside. They'll still take time unless someone is actively breaking in. Then we go down the fire escape." I pointed at the kitchen window. She looked at it, then at me. The fire escape ran down the back of the building into the alley where the dumpster sat. I'd seen it from the sidewalk when I moved in. Iron stairs zigzagging between brick walls, 3 landings below mine, a narrow gap at the bottom blocked by trash bins, and the old wooden fence separating our building from the next. It was ugly, but it was outside. Outside had witnesses. Outside had air. Lena went to the window and lifted it. It rose 2 inches and stuck. She tried again. The frame shrieked. "Paint," she said. "It opens." Kessler showed me. When? During the tour. With both hands and male landlord confidence. She braced one foot against the lower wall and pulled. The window jumped upward another inch, shedding curls of old paint onto the sill. Cold air slipped in, carrying the alley smell, wet cardboard, fried onions from somewhere nearby, and the sour stink of garbage. Then something below scraped metal. Both of us froze. A shape moved on the landing beneath mine. I saw a hunched back, dark hood, one hand on the railing. Lena sucked in a breath through her teeth. The shape rose. A face appeared below the edge of my fire escape. I grabbed Lena's sleeve and yanked her back from the window. The face jerked upward. A man's voice shouted, "Jesus, sorry," not a threat, not a whisper. A full, offended, living human voice. "Don't shoot or whatever." Lena bent slightly, peering from the side of the window. "Who are you?" "Evan from 3C, he called up, irritated and breathless. "I'm smoking." Well, I was smoking. Now I'm being accused of crimes by a window. Evan Park, 26 male, lived directly below me in 3C, and until that moment, had existed only as a name on the mailboxes, and the possible owner of the dog with the tapping nails. He was tall and narrow, with a gray hoodie under a denim jacket, and his hair was flattened on one side like he'd been wearing headphones for too long. One hand held a cigarette away from the wall with the guilty posture of someone violating building rules, but not prepared to die for it. Lena closed her eyes for half a second. The misdirection broke apart in the cold air. Just a neighbor, just a smoker on the fire escape, just my heart punching itself against my ribs because my brain had stopped trusting ordinary explanations. I leaned toward the window, embarrassed and shaking. "Sorry," we thought. Thought what? Before I could answer, something clanged above us. Not below, above. A metal step flexed on the landing for 5C. Evan looked up. His expression changed. "What the hell?" he said. A second later, a dark object dropped past my window. It hit the railing outside with a hard metallic crack, bounced once, and landed on the fire escape grating. A screw, long, silver, fresh. Lena snatched me backward. Evan yelled, "Hey." From above came quick footsteps, then the squeal of a window being shoved shut. Lena grabbed her phone. "Did you see who it was?" "No," Evan called. "Someone on 5, maybe. I saw a sleeve." My apartment building had 5 floors. Above me, Unit 5C should have been directly over mine. I remembered the mailbox label, vacant. I remembered because I had liked the idea of no upstairs neighbor, which now seemed like another joke the building had played on me. Lena leaned out just enough to speak clearly. "Evan, call 911. Tell them someone is on the fire escape and possibly tampering with apartments." "I thought you were calling." "We did. Call again." He looked from her to me, then flicked his cigarette hard into a coffee can on his landing. Yeah, okay. The fire escape was no longer an exit. Not if someone was above us with tools. Not if they could drop hardware from the floor above. Not if 5C was supposed to be empty. Attempt 2 failed. We pulled the kitchen window down, though it would not close all the way anymore. The painted frame stuck half an inch above the sill, and cold air hissed through the gap. Lena wedged a wooden spoon in the track. "It won't stop anyone," she said, "but it'll make noise. I'm getting very tired of things that only make noise." She almost smiled. Then she touched her knee where it had hit the chair and winced. "You're hurt," I said. "Bruise." "Lena." "Bruise," she repeated. But when she shifted her weight, her face pinched. I filed it away with all the other small damages. My cut thumb, her knee, both of us breathing too fast, the apartment getting colder, the police still not here. We heard Evan below, voice rising and falling through the window gap as he talked to dispatch. "Yes, Bloomfield, back fire escape. I don't know, somebody upstairs." "No, I didn't see a weapon. A screw fell." "What do you mean, what kind of screw?" Lena turned back to the refrigerator. "We need evidence before anyone moves anything. Police are coming. Police may come, see no one, take a report, tell you to talk to your landlord. We need to know what we're pointing at. We have texts, and a photo, and a possible camera, and a note." She looked toward the hallway. The note still lay on the floor where we'd left it, folded open like a dead moth. "Do not touch it," she said automatically. I'm saying it for both of us. The next attempt was quieter. We documented. Lena took pictures from every angle. The refrigerator pulled out 6 inches from the wall, the wet connection, the shut-off valve, the black dot plate, the scratched paint, the towel taped over half the vent, the rulebook pages, the note on the floor, the text messages. She had me stand back when she photographed the device, using zoom instead of leaning in. I recorded a video, panning slowly through the kitchen, narrating because Lena told me to. "This is apartment 4C, I said, voice unsteady. Time is 8:34 p.m. We found a booklet inside the refrigerator. We received messages from an unknown number. There is a device or plate behind the fridge. Someone slid a note under the door. A photo was sent from inside the apartment. Don't speculate, Lena said. I'm not. You were about to. I swallowed. Police have been called. As I filmed, the refrigerator knocked again. A dull internal thump. The video caught it. My hand jerked. Good, Lena said. keep recording. The knock came again. Not mechanical this time. Or maybe that was unfair. Machines make all kinds of sounds. Ice makers drop cubes, plastic contracts, water valves chatter. There were ordinary explanations. There had to be ordinary explanations. Except there was no ice in the freezer yet. No water supply now. No food heavy enough to shift. Lena opened the rule book again, flipping quickly now, less afraid of the pages than of not knowing what we'd already been warned about. I saw more rules flash past. Do not block the back panel. Do not allow children to play with MAGNETS near the left side. Do not stand between the unit and the fire exit after 9:00 p.m. Stop, I said. She did. Read that again. She read it. We both looked at the kitchen window. The fire escape. The clock on the microwave read 8:36. That's specific, I said. Lena's mouth tightened. It could mean someone plans to use the fire escape. Wants us not to. Both are bad. My phone buzzed. Unknown number. Good. Keep documenting. They will ask for proof. I made a sound I didn't recognize, half laugh and half gag. They want us doing this, I said. Lena looked at the message and went pale beneath her olive skin. That scared me worse than the text. What? They're controlling our steps either way. What does that mean? If we follow the rules, we're doing what they want. If we ignore them, we might trigger whatever setup they made. Setup like what? I don't know. She snapped the rule book closed, then opened it again immediately, angry at herself for needing it. The apartment door vibrated under a knock. 3 hard bangs. Both of us jumped. Police, I whispered. Lena moved to the peephole. Wait, she said. What? Uniform. She kept looking. Is it them? One officer, maybe. Maybe. She didn't answer me. She called through the door. Can you identify yourself? A man's voice replied, muffled but clear. Pittsburgh Police. Officer Hanley. We got a call here. Officer Paul Hanley, 42 male, stood in the hall outside my apartment wearing a dark Pittsburgh police uniform, rain jacket unzipped over it, one hand resting near his belt, but not on his weapon. Through the peephole, Lena could see part of his face, square jaw, tired eyes, a shaved head catching the hallway light. He looked real. He sounded real. He also looked alone, and the hallway behind him was empty. Lena whispered, "Call 911 back and confirm they sent him." The knock came again. "Ma'am," I dialed with shaking fingers. The dispatcher answered after 2 rings. I explained, stumbling over my own words. "Yes," she said. "Officer Hanley is assigned. You may open the door if you feel safe." If you feel safe. What a ridiculous phrase. I opened the door with the chain still on. Officer Hanley glanced from the chain to my face. "Umara Whitcomb." "Yes." "You reported threatening messages." My friend called. He looked past me at Lena, then down at the note on the floor. "Can you take the chain off so we can talk?" Lena said. "Is there another officer coming?" Partners downstairs checking the rear. Rear fire escape. That's right. The word partner helped. The word downstairs helped. I slid the chain free. Officer Hanley stepped inside, and with him came hallway air, old carpet, damp wool, somebody's dinner. He kept his hands visible, and his voice even, which I appreciated until I realized he was using the voice people use with frightened strangers and unstable dogs. We showed him everything. Texts, photo, rulebook, refrigerator, device. He listened. He took notes. He did not laugh, which felt like a miracle. But he also did not react the way I needed him to. Could be some kind of tenant prank, he said, crouching to look behind the fridge without touching the device. Thing like this, people get access through old service spaces. A prankster called her by name, Lena said. Name S on the mailbox. No, I said, just unit numbers downstairs. Lease paperwork, delivery labels, moving boxes. My eyes went to the pile of cardboard near the kitchen. My full name was printed on half the shipping labels. That little hope collapsed. Officer Hanley pointed at the black dot plate. Could be a moisture sensor. Could be part of a pest system. Could be nothing. It sent a picture, Lena said. We don't know that device sent it. No, we know a picture was taken from inside the apartment. He looked around the kitchen ceiling. You got smoke detectors. Yes, any smart devices. Wi-Fi camera, baby monitor, laptop open. No, I thought of my laptop on the bedroom floor, closed but charging. No, I said again, less certainly. Hanley's radio crackled. A female voice came through, distorted, rear clear. I've got access to upper landing. Window on 5 appears secured. He pressed his shoulder mic. Copy. What about Unit 5C? Lena asked. He gave her a look. You live here? No, she does. I'll speak with the landlord about access. The landlord says 5C is vacant, I said. Vacant doesn't mean empty forever. Maintenance, showings, squatters, kids. We'll check. He stepped into the living room to call it in. For the first time in nearly an hour, I felt the trap loosen. A real person with a badge was in my apartment. Another officer was downstairs. Evan had seen something. We had evidence. This was becoming procedural, which meant it could be handed over to someone else. Then the lights went out, not all at once. The kitchen bulb flickered twice. The living room lamp snapped off. The refrigerator stopped humming. The absence hit harder than the sound ever had. Then the building's emergency hallway light seeped under the front door in a thin red line. Lena whispered, "Power outage." Officer Hanley's flashlight clicked on, sharp white across the boxes. From below, Evan shouted something through the fire escape window gap, but the words broke in the wind. The refrigerator, dead and silent, gave one final internal knock. Then my phone lit up. Unknown number. Rule 6. If the power fails, do not open the freezer. Officer Hanley read it over my shoulder. His expression changed at last. Before anyone could speak, his radio burst with his partner's voice, strained and urgent. Hanley, I need you in the rear stairwell now. We've got the basement door chained from the outside, and there's water coming through the ceiling under 4C. The trap tightened again, but differently now. Not just around Lena and me, around the building. Hanley looked from the refrigerator to the hallway to my phone. Both of you stay here, he said. No, Lena said immediately. I need to check downstairs. We are not staying alone in this apartment. His jaw flexed. He wanted to argue. Procedure was pulling him one direction, common sense, or fear, pulled another. Then a smoke alarm began screaming somewhere below us. Not ours, downstairs. A hard, repeating shriek rising through the floorboards. Evan shouted from the fire escape, clearer now. Smoke. There's smoke in the back stairwell. Officer Hanley moved toward the door. Lena grabbed my wrist. The refrigerator was silent behind us. The window was stuck half open. The fire escape was compromised. The hallway led toward an alarm and smoke. The police officer was leaving because the emergency had grown beyond my kitchen. And from inside the freezer, where no ice had been made and no food had been stored, something scraped slowly across plastic. Once, twice, like a hand dragging fingernails along a drawer. We could not leave through the fire escape. We could not stay and wait. We could not open the freezer. And the building had started to fill with smoke. The smoke alarm below us kept screaming. It wasn't a clean sound. It warbled through the floor and the walls, thinned by plaster and distance, then sharpened whenever the back stairwell door opened somewhere below. A human voice shouted, then another. Evan on the fire escape yelled something I couldn't make out. Officer Hanley was already halfway through my front door, flashlight beam jumping across the hallway carpet. "Stay inside," he barked back at us. Then he was gone. The door started to swing shut behind him. Lena caught it with her palm. "No," she said. The word wasn't loud, but it cut through everything. I looked at her. Her face had gone gray around the mouth. Her bruised knee was bent awkwardly, one hand gripping the doorframe, the other still holding the box cutter. Behind us, in the dead refrigerator, something scraped again. Slow, plastic on plastic. I could feel that sound in my teeth. "We can't stay," Lena said. Smoke began slipping under the front door from the hallway, thin at first, gray strands curling low along the floor. Not enough to choke us yet. Enough to make every decision smaller. My phone lit up. "Do not open the freezer." Lena looked at it, then at me. "That's what they want," she said. "What? They keep telling us exactly where not to look." The freezer scraped again. I shook my head. "Or it's rigged, probably." That's not reassuring. It wasn't supposed to be. Living room was lit only by Hanley's fading flashlight glow from the hallway and the red emergency light leaking under the door. The refrigerator stood crooked in the kitchen, pulled from the wall like an animal dragged out of its den. The black dot plate behind it watched nothing now or everything. The rulebook lay open on the counter, pages breathing in the cold draft from the stuck window. I could map the apartment without looking. Front door to living room, kitchen left, hallway to bedroom and bathroom, fire escape outside the kitchen window, the refrigerator between me and the back wall, smoke at the front, unknown person above or behind or inside the building's old service spaces. The trap was not imaginary anymore. It had dimensions. Lena limped to the refrigerator and grabbed the freezer handle. "Wait," I said. She stopped. My voice shook. "If it's rigged, then opening it fast is stupid." "Thank you." "We open it from the side." "With what?" She looked at the pile of unpacked boxes. "You're moving junk." We moved because moving was better than thinking. I dragged a cardboard box marked BOOKS/heavy across the kitchen floor and jammed it under the freezer door to keep it from falling open too far. Lena pulled the belt from my robe hanging over a dining chair and looped it around the freezer handle. Her hands were steady now, which somehow frightened me more. "Stand by the wall," she said. "No, Mara. No. You can barely put weight on your knee. You have a bleeding thumb and a panic disorder." "I don't have a panic disorder. Not the time." A cough tore up my throat. The smoke was coming faster under the front door now. It smelled wrong for a cooking fire. hot plastic, wet insulation, something chemical and sharp. Lena tied the robe belt into a knot and backed into the pantry doorway, out of the direct line of the freezer. "On 3, she said. I grabbed the edge of the counter. 1, the smoke alarm shrieked below. 2, the refrigerator made a hollow knock. 3, she pulled. The freezer door popped open 6 inches and hit the box. Nothing exploded. Nothing jumped out. For half a second, there was only darkness inside. Then something slid forward and thumped against the door. I bit down on a sound. Lena used the box cutter to nudge the door wider. Inside the freezer was not a body, not a hand, not anything my terrified brain had prepared for. It was a black plastic equipment case, wedged diagonally between the freezer walls. Ice crystals had begun forming around its edges, though the freezer had not been running long enough to freeze anything properly. A cable ran from the back of the case through a hole cut into the plastic interior panel, a hole that should not have existed. Attached to the case with duct tape was a phone. Its screen was dark. The scraping sound came from the case shifting whenever the refrigerator settled crookedly against the uneven floor. Lena exhaled hard. Battery backup. What? Maybe. Camera system. Signal booster, something. The freezer warning made sense now. Not magic. Not a monster. Evidence. They didn't want us opening the freezer because the freezer held the machinery. The relief lasted less than a second. The phone taped to the case lit up. Incoming call. Unknown number. The dead refrigerator hummed once, a weak vibration from somewhere inside the case rather than the appliance itself. The taped phone buzzed against plastic, a furious insect sound. Lena looked at me. I said, "Answer it." She stared. "We need to hear where it is coming from." "That's not answer it." I was tired of rules. Their rules. My rules. Every little instruction designed to make me wait, second guess, comply. I picked up my own phone and started recording video again, pointing it at the freezer. Lena reached into the cold compartment and tapped the screen with the tip of the box cutter. The call connected on speaker. For 1 second, we heard our own kitchen. Echoed, delayed, the smoke alarm below, my breathing, Lena's. Then a man's voice, close and furious, said, "You stupid girl." Not Gavin, not Officer Hanley. The same older local voice from before. Lena raised the box cutter toward the freezer phone as if it were a face. "Who are you? Put it back. Tell us who you are. Put it back now." The voice cracked on the last word, not from fear exactly, from losing control. From downstairs came a crash. Hanley shouted. Another voice shouted back, muffled by walls. The man on the phone breathed hard. "You don't know what you're doing." "Neither do you," Lena said. "You've got smoke in the building and cops here." A pause. Then he laughed once, dry and ugly. "Cops came early. Early." The word opened a door in my head. After 9:00 p.m., do not stand between the unit and the fire exit after 9:00 p.m. The rule had not been warning us about the refrigerator. It had been scheduling us. I grabbed the rule book and flipped through pages with fingers gone clumsy from cold and blood. There were more rules than we'd read, many of them boring enough to hide the useful ones. Do not block the back panel. Do not turn the temperature below 37 degrees F. Do not stand between the unit and the fire exit after 9:00 p.m. if water appears below the unit. Do not call building management. If police arrive before 9:00 p.m., delay entry until 9:12 p.m. I stopped. My mouth went dry. Lena saw my face. What? I showed her. Her eyes moved across the line. Delay entry until 9:12. It was 8:52. They weren't writing rules for us, I said. The taped phone hissed. Lena whispered. They were writing rules for themselves. The refrigerator, the fake warnings, the leak, the smoke, the hidden equipment, the fire escape timing. Not a haunting, not a prank, a procedure, a plan. Someone had been using the empty unit above, the fire escape, and my refrigerator space as part of an operation. The rule book had been left by mistake, or by someone who thought I would obey without understanding. Or maybe it was never meant to be found until later. The man on the phone said, "Close the freezer, Mara." He knew my name from boxes, mail, labels. Not fate, not intimacy. Theft. My fear shifted shape. It got colder, cleaner. "Where are you?" I asked. He said nothing. Lena muted the freezer phone with one sharp tap. "Bedroom," she said. "What?" "Your laptop." We ran, or tried to. Lena's limp turned the hallway into a stagger. I grabbed her elbow. Smoke crawled through the living room at ankle height now, pushed in from the hallway. In the bedroom, my laptop sat on the floor near the mattress, closed but charging. Lena dropped beside it, wincing as her knee hit the floor. "Hurry," I said, coughing. "I'm aware." She opened the laptop. The screen woke. My Wi-Fi was down with the power, but my phone still had data. She grabbed my charging cable, tethered badly, cursed, tried again. Her fingers flew across the trackpad. "What are you doing?" "Find my device for the phone in the freezer." "Maybe no." "Router logs." "No power." "Bluetooth." A thump came from the kitchen. We both froze. Not inside the freezer this time. Outside the kitchen window. Metal flexed. The fire escape. Lena looked at me. The man's voice was no longer just on the phone. He was at the back. I grabbed the pepper spray from my bedside table. My mother's ridiculous gift. Pink plastic. Safety clips still on. My hands shook so badly I nearly dropped it. Lena whispered, "Lights off." "They're already off." "Screen." She shut the laptop. We stood in the dark bedroom, listening. The kitchen window scraped upward another inch. The wooden spoon fell from the track. Clack. A pause. Then a gloved hand appeared at the kitchen window, fingers curling over the sill. The apartment shrank to that hand. Lena mouthed, "Bathroom." The bathroom was at the end of the hall, across from the bedroom. No exterior door. One tiny painted shut window. A trap, but with a lock and a shower rod. We moved toward it silently. Too slow. My foot hit a half-unpacked box. Something inside shifted. A mug rolled out and cracked against the floor. The hand at the window vanished. Then came fast movement. Someone climbed through the kitchen window. Lena shoved me toward the bathroom. I grabbed the doorframe, turned back, and saw him enter the kitchen in pieces. Black jacket, gray work pants, knit cap, one shoulder twisting through the stuck window. Middle-aged, stocky, a tool pouch at his hip. His face was covered by a blue disposable mask, the kind everybody still had in glove compartments and junk drawers. He held a screwdriver in one hand, not a gun, That should have made it better. It didn't. Mara, he said, like we were late for an appointment. Lena slammed the bathroom door between us and him. I locked it. The door was cheap, hollow core. A determined adult could break it with 3 kicks. We backed into the tub. Lena ripped the shower curtain down, rod and all. Metal rings scattered across tile like dropped coins. She held the rod in both hands, breathing through her teeth. The man hit the door once. The whole frame shuddered. "Open it," he said. Neither of us answered. He hit it again. Wood split near the latch. I lifted the pepper spray, thumbs searching for the safety. It wouldn't move. Of course it wouldn't move. My mother had mailed me safety I had never practiced using. The man said, "I don't care about you. I need the case." Lena snapped. "Then you should have knocked." I did. He kicked the door. The latch tore halfway through the frame. Smoke had found its way under the bathroom door too, thin and bitter. My eyes watered. Lena coughed once, then swallowed the next one. I got the pepper spray safety off. The door burst inward. The man came through low and fast, shoulder first, screwdriver raised. Lena swung the shower rod. It hit his forearm with a hollow crack. He grunted. The screwdriver skittered into the sink. He lunged at her. I sprayed, not gracefully, not like a self-defense video. I sprayed too early, too much, and caught part of Lena's sleeve and the bathroom mirror along with his face. But enough hit him. He screamed, a raw animal sound. He stumbled backward, clawing at his eyes. Lena shoved the shower rod into his chest. He fell into the hallway, hit the wall, and knocked over a stack of boxes. Something glass shattered. "Move," Lena yelled. We moved. Past him. Into the smoke-thick hallway. Wrapped my ankle. I went down hard. My chin hit the floor. Pain burst through my jaw. The pepper spray can rolled from my hand. Lena turned and kicked his wrist with her bad leg. She cried out as much as he did, her knee buckling. I scrambled forward, dragging my foot free. The front door was open. Beyond it, the hallway was gray with smoke and red emergency light. Someone downstairs shouted, "Get out, get out." Officer Hanley appeared at the stairwell end, coughing, flashlight beams swinging. "Down," shouted. The man on the floor grabbed the pepper spray. Lena saw it first. She slammed the bathroom door into his arm. Once, twice. He howled and dropped the can. Hanley ran toward us. The man bolted the other direction, not toward the front door, toward my kitchen, toward the fire escape. "No," I shouted, though I don't know who I meant it for. He stumbled through the kitchen, half blind from spray, knocking into the crooked refrigerator. The freezer door hung open. The black case inside gleamed in the dark. He reached for it. The refrigerator shifted. Because we had pulled it out and never leveled it. Because the floor was uneven. Because realistic disasters don't wait politely for one problem to finish before becoming another. The heavy appliance tipped forward an inch, then another. The man tried to brace it. His wet shoes slid on water from the leaking line. Lena screamed, "Move." He didn't. The refrigerator came down enough to pin him against the lower cabinets, not flat, not crushing him like a movie, but trapping his hip and leg under brutal weight. The sound he made was worse than the smoke alarm. Hanley reached the kitchen and grabbed the back edge of the refrigerator with both hands. "Help me." Lena and I moved before thinking. She took one side, I took the other, my cut thumb screaming as I gripped cold metal. Hanley pulled. We got the unit up maybe 2 inches. Enough for the man to drag his leg partly free. Not enough to let him run. Hanley shoved him down and cuffed one wrist, then the other, while the man coughed, cursed, and sobbed into the wet floor. Name, Hanley shouted. The man gasped. Rusk, Tommy Rusk. The name meant nothing to me. Later it would. In that moment, it was just a name attached to a body on my kitchen floor. Eyes streaming, face red from pepper spray. Work pants soaked at one knee, tool pouch spilling screws onto the linoleum. The female officer appeared at the kitchen window from the fire escape side, her flashlight cutting across us. Rear S blocked, she called. Basement fires electrical. Fires en route. Hanley looked at Lena and me. Out now. What about the case? Lena coughed. Leave it. But out. This time we obeyed. We stumbled into the hall, crouching under smoke. The red emergency light made every neighbor's door look the same. Evan was on the landing below, waving us toward the front stairs with his sleeve over his mouth. The back stairwell was useless, thick with smoke from whatever had burned below. The front stairwell was clearer, but crowded with frightened tenants, someone carrying a cat carrier, someone barefoot, someone crying into a phone. Lena could barely manage the stairs. I put her arm over my shoulder. Every step hurt her. Every breath scraped. Behind us, Hanley and his partner dragged Tommy Rusk out of my apartment and into the hall. He cursed the whole way until coughing took his voice. Outside on the sidewalk, cold March air hit my lungs like punishment and mercy at once. Fire engines rolled onto the block minutes later, lights washing the brick buildings red and white. Neighbors clustered in coats and pajamas. Evan stood near us, ash on his hoodie, eyes huge. You okay? He asked. No one answered. Lena sat on the curb because her knee had finally quit pretending. I sank beside her, holding my jaw, my thumb, my phone. My whole body trembled with delayed motion. Across the street, Officer Hanley stood with Tommy Rusk bent over the hood of a cruiser, while another officer searched his pockets. From one pocket came a ring of keys. From another, a folded sheet of off-white paper. The same paper as the rule book. Hanley looked over at me. I couldn't hear what he said, but I watched his face. He believed me now. That should have felt good. It didn't. Firefighters entered the building. Police taped off the rear alley. Someone brought Lena a blanket. Someone asked me my name 3 times before I answered correctly. At 9:12 p.m. exactly, my refrigerator was carried out through the front entrance by 2 firefighters and a police evidence technician. The freezer door was taped shut. The black case was still inside. As they loaded it into an evidence van, my phone buzzed one last time. Unknown number. No words this time, just a photo. It showed my kitchen from inside the refrigerator alcove. Empty now, crooked counter, wet floor, open rulebook. And in the corner of the image, half hidden by smoke, was Tommy Rusk's face looking directly into the camera as he crawled through my window. The message had been scheduled before he was caught. That was what I told myself. Scheduled, automated, already over. But when I looked up at the dark windows of Unit 5C, I saw one curtain shift. Just once, then go still. The first thing the paramedic asked me was whether I knew what day it was. I said Tuesday, because that was what my mouth found first. "It's Thursday," Lena said from the curb beside me. The paramedic looked at her. Lena looked back through watering eyes, one hand clamped around an instant cold pack on her knee. "I'm injured, not concussed." "She's concussed." "I'm not concussed," I said. The paramedic, a woman named Avery Cole, 37, female, had short blonde hair tucked under a navy knit cap, and the calm patience of someone who had heard every possible version of "I'm fine" from people actively bleeding into their sleeves. She shone a penlight into my eyes, while the fire engine lights painted her face red, then white, then red again. "Follow the light." "I'm following it." "You keep following my chin." "I like your chin." Lena made a sound that might have been a laugh if it hadn't turned into a cough. Avery said, "You hit your jaw. Floor, lost consciousness." "No, she doesn't know what day it is," Lena said. "I moved this week," I said. "Days are theoretical during moving." Avery touched the side of my chin gently. Pain sparked up into my ear. I flinched so hard my stomach clenched. "Sorry," she said. "You'll need to get that checked. Could be bruising, could be a small fracture, thumb too." "My thumb is stupid." "Most thumbs are." She wrapped it anyway. The sidewalk outside my building had become a little disaster village. Tenants stood in clusters under streetlights, wearing coats over pajamas, slippers, work boots. One woman in a bathrobe, holding a framed photograph against her chest like she'd rescued a person. Firefighters moved in and out through the front door, dragging hoses, boots thudding on the lobby tile. Smoke still leaked from somewhere in the rear of the building, in thin, dirty sighs. Across the street, Tommy Rusk sat in the back of a police cruiser with his head lowered and his knees angled awkwardly because one leg wouldn't bend right. His face was blotched from pepper spray. Even from 20 yards away, I could see the tears and mucus on him, the ruined dignity of a man who had terrified me for hours, and now looked small, furious, and very human under the cruiser's interior light. That should have helped. It didn't help as much as I wanted. Officer Hanley came over after the firefighters carried out the refrigerator. His jacket was streaked with soot, and the skin around his eyes looked irritated from smoke. He held his notebook in one hand and one of the off-white papers in an evidence bag in the other. "Mara," he said, "can you talk?" Lena started to answer for me. I put a hand on her wrist. "I can talk." It mattered, somehow, that I said it myself. Hanley nodded once. "Rusk is in custody. He's asking for a lawyer now, so he's done talking. But we found keys on him. Several building keys. One marked 5C. I stared up at the 5th floor windows. The curtain I'd seen move looked ordinary now. A square of fabric, nothing more. Was he living there? I asked. Looks like he was using it. We'll need a warrant for a full search unless the owner consents. But my partner got enough from the doorway to see tools, wiring, and packaging materials. No one was supposed to be in that unit. Who is he? Maintenance contractor. Not full-time here. Hired for appliance installs and small repairs through a property services company. We're still sorting it out. The words landed one by one, each one making the nightmare more practical. Contractor, keys, appliance installs, small repairs. Not a shadowy genius, not a ghost. A man with access and a tool pouch and a job that let him move through people's homes without their suspicion rising quickly enough. "The refrigerator?" Lena asked. Hanley looked at her, then at me. "Preliminarily, modified before delivery or during installation. Case in the freezer had a battery pack, phone, small router, and recording equipment. Techs will process it properly. Don't quote me on details yet." Avery looked up from wrapping Lena's knee. "Recording equipment," Hanley's jaw tightened. "We're keeping the circle tight." "Circle S on the sidewalk," Lena muttered. He didn't argue. "What about the fire?" I asked. "Fire marshal will determine cause. Early word is an electrical short near the basement utility room. Could be related to the equipment setup. Could be caused by tampering. Could be building wiring being building wiring. But the timing, I know." He said it without dismissing me. That was new. The ambulance took us to UPMC Shadowside because Lena refused to let me decline, and Avery refused to let Lena stand on her knee. We rode side by side under scratchy blankets, the vehicle rocking through Pittsburgh's evening streets. Through the rear window, I saw my building shrink between parked cars and bare-limbed street trees until the red lights blurred and vanished. In the emergency department, Lena became both patient and terrible patient. "I work in an ER," she told the triage nurse. The nurse, a tired man named Omar Price, 44 male, did not look impressed. Then you know how annoying that sentence is. Lena closed her mouth. I loved him immediately. They X-rayed my jaw and Lena's knee. My jaw wasn't broken, just badly bruised. My thumb needed cleaning and glue, which made me lightheaded in a way pepper spray and burglary apparently had not. Lena had a sprain, deep bruising, and a lecture about not using injured joints as weapons unless absolutely necessary. "It was necessary," she said. "The doctor said." I figured. My mother arrived at 2:17 a.m. I knew the time because I was staring at the clock above the curtained hospital bay, trying not to replay the refrigerator tipping, when I heard her voice at the nurse's station. "I'm her mother, Elaine Whitcomb. I drove from Dayton. Do not tell me visiting hours." A minute later, Elaine swept around the curtain in jeans, winter coat, and the expression of a woman whose worry had hardened into fuel. She hugged me too carefully, then not carefully enough, then held my face between both hands and inspected me like a damaged package. "You said the fridge was loud," she whispered. That nearly undid me. Not because it was profound, because it was exactly true. I had said the fridge was loud. I had said it like it was an inconvenience. "I'm okay," I said. She looked at my bandaged thumb, my swollen jaw, the smoke smell still clinging to my hair. "Don't do that." So I didn't. Leaned into her coat and cried for maybe 20 seconds. Not beautifully, not dramatically, just enough to fog the shoulder seam of her wool coat and make my ribs hurt. Lena watched from her bed with one leg elevated. Elaine pointed at her. "And you?" Lena lifted one hand. "Hi, Mrs. Whitcomb. You saved my daughter. She saved me too." That is not an argument. That is 2 thank yous. For the next few hours, everything became forms. Police forms, discharge forms, insurance forms, temporary housing forms. The Red Cross set up a table for displaced tenants because the building wasn't cleared for re-entry until inspectors checked the wiring and smoke damage. Mr. Kessler, the landlord, appeared at the hospital around dawn wearing yesterday's shirt under a wool overcoat and carrying a cardboard tray of coffees nobody wanted. Mr. Daniel Kessler, 62, male, looked smaller outside his role as landlord. His white hair stuck up at the crown, and his hands trembled around the coffee tray. He apologized too much, then not specifically enough, then started talking about vendors and liability until Elaine turned on him. "My daughter found a surveillance rig in an appliance you provided," she said. His mouth opened, closed. "I didn't know," he said. Hanley, who had come by to take a fuller statement, stood near the curtain and said, "We'll determine that." Kessler looked wounded by the neutrality. I didn't have enough kindness left to soothe him. That was new too. Over the next week, the story became clearer in the way ugly things become clearer when strangers take them apart under fluorescent lights. Tommy Rusk had worked as a subcontractor for the company that installed my refrigerator. He had also done odd maintenance work for Kessler's buildings for years. He knew which units were vacant, which locks were old, which stairwell cameras had been broken long enough that tenants stopped asking. He had copied keys. Unit 5C had become his workroom. Tools, packaging, cheap phones, battery packs, printed checklists, and a folding chair beside the window that opened onto the fire escape. The rulebook was not made for me. That was what Detective Amara Voss, 39, female, told me during a formal interview 2 days later. She had a low voice, blunt eyebrows, and a habit of pausing before important sentences, like she wanted people to hear themselves breathe. "It appears to be an operating checklist," she said, written in the form of occupant-facing rules. "Some lines are instructions for him. Some are instructions intended to manipulate the occupant if discovered. We think he staged it that way because if you found it, you might obey it long enough for him to retrieve the device. Why my apartment? Opportunity. New tenant. Empty unit above. Appliance replacement. Labels with your name and number. We're checking whether he targeted other people. Did he?" Voss didn't answer immediately. That was answer enough. "There are other devices?" I asked. "We recovered components from 5C we're investigating." "Were there other apartments?" "We're investigating," she said again, softer this time. The most frightening sentences in the world were sometimes bureaucratic. The building stayed closed for 3 days. When I was finally allowed back in with a police escort, I thought I'd feel brave. I didn't. I felt 12 years old and underdressed. The hallway smelled of smoke, wet plaster, and that chalky powder firefighters leave behind. My door frame was splintered where the bathroom door had cracked against the wall during the struggle. Inside, my apartment looked almost normal from the living room. Boxes, lamp, sofa cushions still wrapped in plastic. Then I saw the kitchen. The refrigerator was gone. In its place was a rectangular absence against the wall, outlined by dust and old paint. The copper water line had been capped. The floor was warped near the cabinets, swollen at the seams. The off-white rulebook was gone too, taken into evidence, but I could still see it everywhere. In the empty counter space, in the exposed outlet, in the vent overhead now unscrewed and hanging open like a pulled tooth. The technician had removed the black dot plate. Behind it was was not a hidden room or secret tunnel, just a drilled hole, wire run up through the wall cavity toward 5C crude. Effective. Human. I stood there until Hanley said, "You don't have to stay." "I know. You need anything specific?" I looked around. My yellow bowl had survived. One clementine had rolled under the pantry shelf and split open, drying into itself. The air smelled faintly sweet there, citrus underneath smoke. I picked up the bowl. "That," I said. He carried out a box of essentials, clothes, laptop, medication. The kettle my mother insisted I take. I did not take the ginger beer. I did not take the baking soda. Lena let me stay at her place in Millville while I broke my lease. Her rabbits, Juniper and Carl, did not care about my trauma. They cared that I sat on the floor and could be climbed on. That helped more than I expected. Lena's apartment made noise too, radiator hisses, fridge hum, neighbors' footsteps, but each sound belonged to something she could name. Her refrigerator was old and white and had a magnet shaped like a tomato on it. For the first 2 nights, I could not open it. On the 3rd morning, Lena stood beside me with her crutches under one arm and said, "We can throw the whole fridge into the river if you want. It's not your fridge's fault." I'm not emotionally attached. I opened it. Inside were eggs, oat milk, leftover soup, and a little dish of carrot sticks for the rabbits. No rule book, no case, no messages. I shut the door and cried anyway. The legal part moved slowly, which felt obscene after how fast everything had happened that night. Rusk was charged with burglary, stalking, illegal interception and recording, reckless endangerment, and a list of property-related offenses I stopped trying to memorize. The fire marshal's report said the basement electrical fire was consistent with overloaded improvised power equipment, likely connected to wiring run through shared service spaces. That phrase appeared in the local news article, along with a photo of my building that made it look sadder than it was. I did not give an interview. Evan did, accidentally. A reporter caught him outside with his dog, a tiny brown terrier named Pickle, and he said, "I thought the building was weird, but not like federal weird." It became the pull quote. Gavin texted from a new number 2 weeks later. "Saw the news. Glad you're safe." I blocked him. Then I changed my number again. Not because I thought he was involved. The police found no connection between him and Rusk. No secret partnership. No elaborate overlap between old fear and new horror. That mattered. It mattered because fear had tried to make him the answer, and he was. He was just one bad thing in a world that had room for more than one. I hated that lesson. A month later, I moved into a smaller apartment in Squirrel Hill, above a bakery that started proofing bread at 4 in the morning. First time my new refrigerator clicked, I was carrying a box of mugs across the kitchen. I dropped the box. 2 mugs broke. 1 bounced and survived. The refrigerator clicked again, harmless and bright. A normal relay, a normal machine. I sat on the floor among ceramic pieces and laughed until my throat hurt. Then I texted Lena. Fridge made a noise. I only destroyed 2 mugs. Progress. She replied, huge. Proud of you. Also, bill the fridge. I kept a thermometer inside that refrigerator. I kept nothing on top of it. I checked the vents, the outlet, the water line, and the space behind it before I plugged it in. The delivery guys waited while I did it, annoyed but polite. I did not apologize, not once. That was the crack in ordinary life now. Not dramatic, not cinematic, just small procedures other people didn't need. I photographed service workers' badges. I tested window locks. I looked behind appliances. I trusted my discomfort faster. Most days, that felt like healing. Some days, it felt like the rulebook had simply moved into me, rewritten in a voice that sounded almost reasonable. 3 months after the arrest, Detective Voss called to tell me they had identified 2 other possible victims in buildings where Rusk had done maintenance. Both were alive. Neither had known. She could not give me details. "What about Unit 5C?" I asked. "What about it?" The curtain that night. After he was arrested, I saw it move. A pause. Fire crews searched 5C. I know. No one was there. I know. Another pause, gentler this time. Old buildings move air strangely. Broken windows, pressure changes, people opening doors below. A realistic answer. A reasonable answer. The kind I had once used to bury every warning inside myself. "Right," I said. After we hung up, I stood in my new kitchen and listened to the bakery fans below start their morning rumble. Flour and yeast warmed the floorboards. The refrigerator hummed behind me, steady and ordinary. On my counter sat the yellow bowl from Bloomfield, one chipped edge turned toward the wall. I had filled it with clementines again. One of them had a small rectangular sticker on it, the kind with a barcode and fruit code. I peeled it off and stuck it to my thumb without thinking. Then I noticed the underside. A tiny printed line, probably from the packing facility, probably nothing. For C, I stared at it until the refrigerator clicked. Then I threw the sticker away. Not because it meant anything, because I didn't have to keep every small, strange thing just to prove I wasn't afraid of it. But I washed my hands afterward. Twice. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, The Last Train Home Stops at a Station That Was Demolished Years Ago, is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end, if you dare. The first thing that felt wrong was the platform sign. Not because it was flickering. Every station sign on the London commuter lines flickers if you stare at it long enough. Not because the carriage lights dipped either, although they did, just for half a second, making everyone's face look tired and yellow in the window reflections. It was the name on the sign as the train slowed in the dark. BRACKNHURST, East, in white letters on a navy board, clean enough to look recently painted, with a thin line of rain shining along its bottom edge. I had not seen that name since I was 9 years old, and even then, it had been on a rusted fence, around a demolition site. My name is Daniel Mercer, 34, male, born in Croydon, and currently renting a flat in Norwood Junction that costs too much for the damp patch above the cooker. I work as an IT support manager for a charity near Liverpool Street, which sounds more stable than it feels, because most of my job is telling people to restart things while privately praying the thing restarts before they realize I am guessing. That night, I was on the last train home after a fundraiser ran late, wearing a suit jacket that smelled faintly of spilled kava and hot photocopier dust, with my laptop bag cutting into the soft part of my shoulder. I had one motive, plain and stupid: get home, shower, sleep, and pretend I had not agreed to come in early the next morning. The carriage was almost empty by then. It was the kind of late where London stops feeling busy and starts feeling used. Wet shoe prints shone on the floor. A crushed packet of cheese and onion crisps kept sliding under the seats every time the train took a curve. Somewhere near the back, a man's headphones leaked the tiny, tinny rhythm of dance music, all hi-hats and no bass. The automated voice had been giving us the usual announcements in its careful bored tone, but 3 minutes earlier, it had cut itself off halfway through "The next station is," and replaced the rest with a soft electrical pop. Nobody reacted at first. People are good at not reacting on trains. I looked up from my phone because the map app had frozen. Not lost signal, frozen. The little blue dot sat between stations like it had been pinned there. The clock at the top of the screen still worked, which made it worse somehow. 0042. Across the aisle, a woman in a navy coat tapped her own phone against her palm, then held it up toward the window as if the signal might be pressed against the glass. "That's helpful," she muttered. This was Priya Nair, 32, female, a junior doctor from Birmingham who had moved to London for hospital training and carried herself like someone who had learned to be polite while exhausted. I did not know her name yet, only that she had a hospital lanyard half stuffed into her bag and a bruise-colored shadow under each eye. She had been writing something in a pocket notebook since Clapham Junction, stopping every few minutes to rub her thumb along the edge of the page. Later, I would learn she was terrified of missing calls. Not because she was important, though she was. Because the last time she had missed one, her father had died before she got to the ward. At the end of the carriage, near the doors, a man in a tan overcoat gave a small, delighted laugh. "No way," he said. He leaned toward the window with both hands on his knees, like a tourist passing Buckingham Palace. That was Martin Kell, 46, male, originally from Manchester, a transport historian who made his living writing dull but deeply researched books about infrastructure projects no one thanked until they broke. He had a neat gray beard, round glasses misted at the edges, and a folded paper rail timetable poking from his coat pocket like proof he distrusted apps on principle. At first glance, he seemed harmless in the way enthusiastic middle-aged men often seem harmless when they are delighted by things nobody else understands. His flaw, though I could not see it yet, was that being right mattered to him more than being safe. A young man sitting under the priority seat sign pulled out one earbud. "What?" he asked, irritated. He was Ellis Ward, 24, male, from Lewisham, a courier who had changed into clean trainers, but still had bike grease under one fingernail. He had the sharp, restless look of someone used to judging routes fast, pavements, traffic lights, who might step out without looking. He had spent most of the journey watching short videos with his jaw clenched, one knee bouncing so quickly the metal floor panel ticked beneath his heel. He would later admit he hated enclosed places, not in a dramatic way, just enough that he always stood near doors and always checked where the emergency handle was. Martin pointed out of the window. "Brackenhurst East." Ellis blinked at him. "So, there isn't a Brackenhurst East. There's literally a sign. That's my point." The train continued to slow. I shifted closer to the window. Rain tapped against the glass in thin, nervous lines. Outside, the platform emerged from the dark piece by piece. First the yellow line, then the wet concrete, then a row of old green benches under a canopy with flaking paint. The station lamps were working, but badly. Each one buzzed with its own small argument, throwing cones of light that failed before they reached the track bed. Beyond the platform, I could make out a brick wall furred with moss and topped with anti-climb spikes. A poster case displayed an advert for a West End musical that had closed years ago. At least I thought it had. The smiling face inside the frame was faded, almost blue. My mouth had gone dry in a way I found embarrassing, because I knew this was explainable. It had to be a diversion, a temporary halt, some old maintenance platform brought back into use, a renamed station, a filming set, maybe. London was always hiding bits of itself under scaffolding and plywood. Still, the name pressed at a soft place in my memory. Brackenhurst East had been on my dad's old route to work, back when we lived in a maisonette near Penge, and he wore shirts with short sleeves, no matter the weather. He used to point through the train window at abandoned platforms and tell me their names. Brackenhurst East had closed before I was born, he said. Then one summer, it was knocked down for a redevelopment that never properly happened. For months afterward, from the top deck of the bus, I could see the broken stairwell and a blue tarpaulin snapping in the wind. My dad died when I was 16. Heart attack in a carpet shop. Not cinematic, not meaningful, just fluorescent lights, rolled up rugs, and a paramedic saying my mother's name too gently. Since then, I had cultivated a tidy little private terror of being trapped somewhere I could not explain to the person who needed me. A delayed train, a dead phone, a locked door, anything that turned an ordinary journey into a blank space on someone else's clock. The train shuddered. A sound ran through the carriage, metal complaining against metal, and the crisp packet skated hard into my shoe. Priya grabbed the pole beside her seat. Ellis sat forward. The automated voice returned with a click. "This train is now arriving at." There was a pause so long we all heard the rain on the roof. Brackenhurst East. The doors chimed. Not the normal double beep. It was lower, older, like a recording played through a speaker with damp inside it. A woman farther down the carriage said, "What the hell?" She was Grace Holloway, 58, female, from Beckenham. a secondary school deputy head who had been marking essays in red pen despite the hour. Her reading glasses hung on a chain around her neck, and she had the controlled posture of someone who could silence 30 teenagers with one look, and had probably done so while running on tea and spite. Her fear was practical disorder. She trusted systems because she had spent her life building them around children, timetables, safeguarding forms, fire drills. When systems failed, she became brisk, almost stern, as if authority alone could shame the world back into shape. The doors opened. Cold air came in. It smelled of wet concrete, rust, and something stale underneath, like old newspapers left in a shed. Nobody moved. Then the man with the leaking headphones, who had been half asleep, stood up and swayed toward the doors. He was Owen Pike, 29, male, a plasterer from Essex with a square face, a black hoodie under a paint-flecked jacket, and the heavy patience of someone who had spent the day carrying materials upstairs. He smelled faintly of lager and gypsum dust. He glanced at the station sign, shrugged, and stepped onto the platform. "Mate," Ella said. "You sure?" Owen turned back. "Need a piss?" That was all he offered. Then he walked toward the far end of the platform, trainers squeaking on the wet concrete. Priya stared after him. "Should we tell him not to?" "What are we telling him?" I asked. She looked at me then, properly, as if noticing I was another person and not just part of the carriage furniture. "That none of this looks right." I gave a small laugh that came out thinner than intended. "Might be engineering works." At 1:45 in the morning, Grace said, with passengers on board and no prior announcement. Martin was still smiling, though the smile had changed shape. Curiosity had tightened into concentration. "This line shouldn't connect to anything here," he said. "Not anymore." "Thank you, Train Gandalf," Ellis said. "That's comforting." Martin ignored him and took out his folded timetable. "What service is this meant to be?" "Last one to West Croydon," I said. "From London Bridge." "Yeah." He unfolded the paper with a dry, papery crackle. "Then after Norwood Junction, it should." "We haven't reached Norwood," I said. He looked up at me. That was when the unease snapped into something with edges, because he knew. I could see him checking the sequence in his head. The stops behind us, the curves, the timings, the impossible placement of this platform in the ordinary world. Priya's phone gave a sharp buzz, and we all flinched. She looked down quickly. "It's just trying to send a message." "To who?" Grace asked. "My flatmate." Priya held the screen toward us. The message bubble was green and stuck on sending. I told her I'd be back by 1. "Signal's dead," Ellis said. "Mine too." He showed his phone. "No bars. Emergency calls only." That should not have bothered me as much as it did. We were on a train. Signal dropped all the time, especially between stations, under bridges, in cuttings. But the doors were open, and we were beside a platform with working lights, and my phone still showed the map app frozen at the same place, as if refusing to acknowledge where we had stopped. A soft tone came from the speakers. "Please mind the gap between the train and the platform." Grace gave a brittle little laugh. "At least it's polite." Outside, Owen had reached the end of the platform, was standing by a tiled wall where a corridor should have led to stairs or a footbridge. But there was only a dark rectangular opening covered by a metal gate. He rattled it once. The sound traveled back to us, thin and lonely. "Locked," he shouted. His voice sounded too far away for the distance. Ellis stood, then sat again, then stood properly. "Doors are still open. That's not normal this long." "No," Martin said. The lights in the carriage dipped again. This time, they did not come all the way back. A dull emergency glow replaced the bright fluorescent strips. Faces flattened. The windows turned reflective, and for a second I saw us arranged there like a group photograph. Grace rigid with her red pen still in hand, Priya gripping her phone, Martin with his timetable half open, Ellis by the doors, me in my fundraiser suit with rain-streaked darkness behind my head. Then the train made a sound I had heard only once before, years ago, when a service stalled outside East Croydon, and the driver came over the intercom to apologize for a brake fault. A heavy release of air, a tired mechanical sigh. Priya whispered, "Are we stopping?" Nobody answered. The driver's cab was 2 carriages ahead. I knew that because I had watched the train pull in at London Bridge and seen the driver climb into the front, a woman with short blonde hair and a high-vis vest. There had been nothing strange about her. She had looked bored, human, the sort of bored that made you trust the train more. Grace stood and pressed the passenger alarm button by the door. Nothing happened. She pressed again, harder. A red light blinked once, then died. "Well," she said, voice clipped, "that is not ideal." Ellis leaned out of the open doors and looked down the platform. "Driver," his voice hit the wet air and came back smaller. No reply. Owen started walking back toward us, slower now. He had his hands out slightly from his sides, like he was trying not to slip. "There's no exit," he called. "It's fenced off." "Stay on the train," Grace called back, immediate and commanding. Owen did not argue. That, more than anything, bothered me. A minute ago, he had been careless enough to wander off for a toilet. Now he looked sober. My phone vibrated once in my hand. Not a message. A notification from the rail app. "Service disruption. Your train has been canceled." I stared at it. Canceled. While I was sitting on it. The notification was timestamped 00:31, 11 minutes earlier, which made no sense because the train had been moving normally at 00:31. I opened the app. It loaded only halfway, showing a gray skeleton of text boxes. Then one line appeared. "This service terminated at Norwood Junction." "We didn't terminate at Norwood Junction," I said. Priya looked over my shoulder. "What?" I showed her. He took my phone without asking, scrolled, tried to refresh, then handed it back when the spinning circle stalled. "That's probably just the app being wrong." Yeah, we both knew how desperate that sounded. Martin had stepped onto the platform. "Don't," Grace said. "I'm not going far. That is what everyone says before going too far." He crouched beside the platform sign and ran his fingers along the edge of the post, examining bolts, paint, the base. Rain dotted his glasses. Ellis groaned. "Seriously?" Martin looked back. "This sign is new." "Great. So the creepy fake station has a maintenance budget." "I mean new, not restored, installed." The words settled badly. Priya stood and joined Ellis near the doors, but did not step out. I found myself standing too, though I could not remember deciding to. The open doors breathed cold into the carriage. My wet trouser cuff stuck to my ankle. Grace looked at all of us, then at the dark carriage ahead. "We need information," she said. "The driver, ideally." "We shouldn't leave the train," Priya said. "We also shouldn't sit in an unresponsive train with no signal and an open door at an unlisted station," Grace replied. Ellis pointed down the platform. "Or we pull Owen back in, wait 5 minutes, and see if it moves." "What if it does?" I asked. He glanced at me. "Then we wait another 5. It was the kind of answer people give when they are trying not to hear their own fear. Owen reached our doors and climbed back in, breathing harder than the walk justified. Rain had gathered on his shaved head and in the folds of his hoodie. "There's cameras," he said. "What?" Martin asked. Owen pointed toward the canopy. "New cameras, little black ones, but no exit, no stairs, gates chained. Whole place is boxed in." Grace frowned. "Cameras monitored by whom?" Owen wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "Dunno, but one of them moved." The carriage went still. Not silent. Never silent. There was the buzz of the failing lights, the tick of cooling metal, rain pattering on the roof, someone's phone vibrating uselessly in a bag. But human noise stopped. Ellis took one step back from the doors. Then the intercom clicked. A woman's voice came through, rough with static. "Passengers, please remain on board." We all looked toward the ceiling speakers. The voice came again. "Do not leave the train. This is a temporary stop." Grace exhaled. "Driver." Relief moved through me so quickly it almost annoyed me. Of course, driver, fault, delay. Bad announcement system. Weird station name. A mess, not a mystery. Priya leaned toward the speaker. "Can you hear us?" Static. Then, "Passengers, please remain on board." Martin's face had changed again. The curiosity was gone now. "That's recorded," he said. Grace snapped. "You don't know that." "I do." Same inflection both times. The intercom clicked off. From somewhere ahead of us, 2 carriages down, a door slammed. Not a train door, a smaller door. The sound had weight, a human sound. Ellis whispered, "Was that the cab?" Priya looked at me, and I hated that she did. As if I might know. As if being the man nearest her made me useful. I thought of my flat in Norwood Junction, the damp patch, the unopened yogurt in the fridge, the stupid normal objects waiting for me with total confidence. I thought of my mother, who still asked me to text when I got home late because grief had made her superstitious about travel. I had not texted tonight. I had been too tired, too grown up, too irritated by being mothered. The doors remained open. Cold air kept coming in. Grace folded her marked essays and pushed them into her bag. We go to the driver together. We do not split up, and we do not step off unless we have to. "No," Ellis said immediately. "No way. We stay near the doors. The doors are open," she said. "The train is unresponsive. The alarm is dead. The driver may need help." Or the driver told us to stay put. "A recording told us to stay put," Martin said. Owen looked down the carriage toward the front. "I heard something up there." Priya swallowed. "If someone's injured, we can't just sit here." Of course she said that. Doctor, duty, guilt, all braided together. I looked at the platform sign again. BRACKNHURST East. Rain ran down the board in thin lines, cutting the reflected light into trembling pieces. The station looked empty, but not abandoned. That was the worst part. Abandoned places sag. They collect rubbish, graffiti, weeds. This place had been cleaned just enough to suggest hands had been there recently. Not public hands, not busy hands, careful ones. My phone buzzed again. A message from my mother appeared at the top of the screen, delayed or newly arrived. I couldn't tell. Home yet, below it, the signal vanished completely. I did not reply. I could not. Grace stepped into the aisle. Martin folded his timetable with precise, shaking fingers. Priya zipped her bag and slung it over one shoulder. Owen stayed near the threshold, glancing between the platform and the dim carriage ahead. Ellis stared at the open doors like they were the only honest thing left. We had two choices, simple as that. Stay in our carriage, with the doors open to a station that should not exist, trusting a broken announcement and a dead alarm. Or walk forward through the half-lit train toward the driver's cab and find out why the last train home had stopped here. Grace looked at me. "Daniel, are you coming?" I wished she had not used my name. I must have told it to Priya when she asked whose phone had the Rail app, or maybe I had said it without noticing. Hearing it now made me part of the group, accountable. Outside, one of the black cameras under the canopy made a soft mechanical click. It turned. Not much, just enough to follow us. Ellis cursed under his breath. I tightened my grip on my laptop bag until the strap creaked. "Yeah," I said, "I'm coming." And together, leaving the doors open behind us, we started toward the front of the train. We made it 3 doors forward before the train tried to leave without us. Not properly. Not with that clean pull you feel when the motors take hold and the carriage leans into motion. This was different. A hard little jerk through the floor, a clunk from beneath the seats, then the shriek of metal somewhere under the train, close enough to make Owen duck and clap a hand over one ear. "Back," Ellis snapped. Everyone back. But Grace was already bracing one hand against the luggage rack. Her jaw set so tight, the skin around her mouth had gone pale. It moved 2 inches. 2 inches is enough if the doors decide to shut on somebody. The doors behind us were still open, framing the platform like a rectangular slice of bad weather. Rain blew in and speckled the rubber floor. The carriage lights hummed at half strength, giving everything that bruised emergency glow. And every window reflected us twice. The real versions standing in the aisle, and ghost-pale versions layered over the wet platform outside. I hated the reflections. They made it hard to tell what was moving. "We need the driver," Priya said. "If the train's trying to restart and the doors are open, that's a safety fault." Martin had one hand flat against the wall beside the connecting door, as if he could feel the system through it. It shouldn't be able to take power with doors released. "Shouldn't," Ellis said. "Great word." Owen was breathing through his nose, short and noisy. He kept glancing at the platform cameras. The closest one sat under the canopy, small and black and wet, angled toward our carriage. It had stopped moving after that first little turn, which almost made it worse. It watched with the patience of a thing plugged into somewhere else. Grace looked down at her watch. "It's 12:47. Last train, limited signal, unresponsive alarm, and at least one possible traction fault. We do not have the luxury of standing here debating railway design. We also don't have the luxury of getting crushed in a vestibule Ellis said. His voice cracked on the last word, and he seemed embarrassed by it. He looked away toward the platform, rolling his shoulders as though the carriage were shrinking around him. I remembered him choosing the seat near the doors, remembered his knee tapping hard enough to tick the floor panel. In closed spaces, he was trying to keep himself together by being angry. That was familiar enough to make me dislike him less. I checked my phone again. No signal. The map app still had us frozen in the black gap between named places. My mother's message sat at the top of the notifications like a hand pressed to glass. Home yet? I tried to reply anyway. Delayed. Will text soon. The sending bar crawled halfway, stalled, and held there. Priya noticed. Family. Mum, she nodded once. Mine still asks me to text after nights. She'd probably say that's sensible. It is sensible. Priya tried a smile and did not quite manage it. Annoying things usually are. Another sound came from under the train, a compressor coughing itself awake, then dying with a wet, mechanical rattle. Grace moved before anyone could argue again. She strode toward the front, past the priority seats, one hand grazing the poles for balance. Grace, I said. She did not turn. If the driver is incapacitated, every minute we waste matters. Priya followed. That settled it, at least for me. If Priya was going toward a possible injured driver, she would not turn back just because the rest of us were frightened. Martin went after her, still clutching his folded timetable. I followed Martin. Owen swore under his breath and came to. Ellis stayed by the open doors for 3 seconds, trapped between his fear of the train and his fear of being left alone, then jogged after us. Fine, he said, but if the doors close, I'm breaking a window. Noted, Grace said. The next carriage was darker than ours. Half the ceiling strips were out, and the one still working had that blue-white flicker that makes fabric look dirty and skin look ill. There were abandoned newspapers on 2 seats, a paper coffee cup rolling gently under a table, and a child's pink glove lying palm up on the floor. Priya saw it too. She slowed. It could have been there all day, I said. I know. But neither of us believed that as strongly as we wanted to. We passed the first set of doors. Windows were streaked with rain. On the platform outside, a bench sat under the canopy, its green paint glossy and dark. Someone had left a plastic carrier bag on it. It shifted in the wind, handles opening and closing like a mouth trying to speak. Martin leaned toward the glass. That poster there, what about it? Owen asked. The musical closed in 2016. Owen gave a humorless laugh. Maybe they're slow taking adverts down. The paper isn't weather damaged enough for 10 years. Maybe someone replaced it because they're a massive fan of dead musicals. Can we not? Grace lifted a hand. Quiet. At first I heard only the train, ticking metal electrical buzz, rain drumming on the roof. Then, from ahead, a faint repetitive sound. Tap, 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 Priya whispered. Is that knocking? Ellis pushed past me and peered through the connecting door into the next carriage. Lights are out in there. The connecting door button glowed green. Grace pressed it. Nothing happened. She pressed again. The button gave under her thumb with a dead plastic click. Manual, Martin asked. Ellis had already found the red emergency release cover above the door. These are alarmed. Grace looked at him. He stared back. What? It's not like anyone's coming to find us. He flipped the cover open and pulled the handle. A buzzer started somewhere inside the wall, weak and uneven, like an insect trapped in a jar. The connecting door unlocked with a heavy thunk, but when Ellis shoved it, it opened only a hand's width before hitting something on the other side. Blocked, he said. By what? Priya asked. He leaned his shoulder into it. The door moved another inch. A smell slipped through the gap, hot dust, damp carpet, and something electrical, sharp as a burnt plug. Owen stepped forward. Move. Together, he and Ellis forced the door. There was a scrape on the other side, metal dragging over floor, and then it opened wide enough for the light from our carriage to spill into the next. A service trolley had been wedged across the doorway. Not a passenger trolley. One of those gray railway maintenance carts with lockable drawers, heavy rubber wheels, and a scratched metal top. It was lying at an angle, as if someone had dragged it there in a hurry and jammed the brake down. Grace stared at it. Why would that be on a passenger service? Martin's voice was low. It wouldn't. The tapping came again. Tap, tap, tap from beyond the trolley, farther forward. Priya squeezed through first, turning sideways, bag scraping the doorframe. Careful, there's something on the floor. We followed one at a time. Ellis hated it. I could see it in the way his breathing changed as he squeezed between the jammed door and the trolley, shoulders hunched, jaw clenched. He made it through and immediately moved to the next set of doors, touching the emergency handle like a ritual. The dark carriage smelled worse. Burnt electrics, yes, but also disinfectant. Not hospital clean. Cheap cleaning fluid clean, the lemon kind used to hide other things. A strip of duct tape had been placed over one of the internal security cameras above the aisle. Another camera, farther down, had been twisted toward the wall. Somebody did this, Priya said. No one contradicted her. Grace moved to the service trolley and tried a drawer, locked. She tried another. Locked too. The top surface held a few flecks of white paint, a black zip tie, and a torn corner of blue latex glove stuck to a damp smear. Owen bent closer. That blood, Priya looked before anyone could stop her. She crouched, professional switching on in her face. Maybe, not much if it is, could be rust, could be grease. Comforting, Owen muttered. The tapping got louder, tap, tap, tap. Then a pause. Tap, 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 tap. Martin swallowed. That's a pattern. It's a person, Priya said, and started moving. Grace caught her sleeve. Slowly, the next set of carriage doors were closed, and beyond them the train opened into the short corridor leading toward the driver's cab. A small staff compartment door stood on the left, its window covered from the inside with a taped-up piece of cardboard. The tapping came from there. Priya knocked back. Hello, can you hear us? The tapping stopped. A voice answered, muffled and hoarse. Don't open it. We froze. Priya leaned closer. Are you hurt? Don't open it. Who are you? Grace asked. There was a rustle behind the cardboard. Then the voice, weaker. Driver. My stomach dipped. Priya put her palm against the door. Can you unlock it? No. Are you injured? A pause. Head, arm, I don't know. Listen to me. You need to get off this train before 1 o'clock. Ellis laughed once, sharp and panicked. Get off where? The fake station with the chained gate. Before 1, the driver said. It'll move. Martin stepped closer. Move where? Depot track. Old spur. They've got it lined wrong, or they've made it look wrong. I don't. Her voice broke into a cough. Something thumped softly against the door. Emergency brake won't hold. Cab controls are dead from here. They bypassed something. Grace's briskness faltered. Who is they? No answer. Priya said, What's your name? Another cough. Laura Finch. Driver ID. I don't remember. I hit my head. Laura Finch, female, likely in her 40s from the sound of her voice, had been the driver we saw at London Bridge. Short blonde hair, high-vis vest, bored expression, ordinary and competent. Now she was trapped in the staff compartment or cab access area, injured and speaking through a door someone had blocked from the outside. She sounded like a woman fighting to keep procedure in place, while pain and fear pulled at it. Priya softened her voice. Laura, I'm a doctor. I need to see you. No, doors rigged. Martin went still. Rigged how? Wire, don't touch the handle. Ellis stepped back so fast he hit a seat. Nope, no. Absolutely not. Grace had already raised both hands away from the door. Everyone back. I looked at the handle. At first, it seemed normal, chrome-worn dull from use. Then I saw it. A thin, translucent line running from the underside of the handle to the gap by the hinge. Fishing line, maybe. Almost invisible, except where it caught the emergency light. What is that attached to? Owen whispered. Priya crouched carefully, keeping her hands to herself. I can't see. Laura's voice came again, urgent now. Listen, there's a manual brake cabinet in the first passenger carriage. Red panel under the luggage rack, offside wall. If you can trip it and keep it held, you might stop it moving. Martin shook his head. Manual brake isolation, not isolation. Passenger emergency brake reservoir. Old retrofit. Please. I don't have time to explain. Grace looked at her watch. It's 12:52, 8 minutes. The number landed in the carriage like a dropped tool. 8 minutes until what? Owen said. Until it moves. How does she know? Laura answered through the door. Because they told me. No one spoke. Rain hit the roof harder, a sudden gust rattling droplets across the metal in a fast silver rush. Priya's face had gone very still. Laura, who told you? The driver breathed audibly through the door. Man in orange, not rail orange, builder's vest. He had a radio. Said they only needed the train clear by 1. Said passengers weren't meant to be on it. Ellis pointed back the way we came. Then we get out, now, and go where? Grace said. The platform is fenced. Better than being on a train that's about to move onto some old track. Martin's eyes were bright behind his glasses. Not excited now. Calculating. If there's an old spur, it may run toward the demolition site. Depending on what remains, track condition could be what? Owen snapped. Unsafe. Say that first next time. The train jerked again. This one was stronger. Priya grabbed the edge of a seat. Grace stumbled into Martin. A light panel dropped from the ceiling at the far end and swung by its wires, throwing wild shadows along the walls. From beneath us came a grinding sound, slow and heavy, like something reluctant being dragged into position. The doors behind us chimed. A low, damp, distorted tone. Ellis sprinted back 2 steps and looked through the carriage. What? I said. They're closing. We ran, not smoothly, not bravely. We shoved past poles and seats, slipped on wet patches, banged knees against armrests. Owen reached the jammed connecting door first and hurled himself sideways through the gap. The maintenance trolley shifted under his weight, and one wheel squealed. Ellis followed, then Martin, then Grace. Priya stopped. "Daniel," she said. She was staring at the staff compartment door. A red bead had appeared on the floor below it. Blood, not grease, not rust. Blood gathering slowly at the threshold. "Priya," I said, "we have to go. She's bleeding. We can't open it." "I know." The doors chimed again. From our original carriage came the sound of rubber seals meeting, one set after another. Thump, thump, thump. Ellis shouted, "Move." Priya's whole body fought itself. Doctor against danger. Guilt against sense. Her hand hovered uselessly in the air, nowhere safe to put it. Laura said, very quietly, "Break first, me after." That did it. Priya turned and ran. We squeezed through the blocked door and stumbled into the brighter carriage just as the final open doors started to slide shut. Ellis had wedged his body sideways between them, one foot on the train and one on the platform edge, both hands braced against the rubber seals. "Help me." Owen grabbed him by the back of his jacket and yanked him inward. I caught one door with both hands. The rubber fought me with steady mechanical pressure, not angry, not fast, just stronger than a person. Grace joined on my side, shoulder pressed into the frame. Priya grabbed Ellis's arm and pulled him clear. "Keep one open," Martin shouted. "If we need the platform," the door motor whined. My palms slipped on wet rubber. Grace made a sound through her teeth, all effort and pain. For 2 seconds, we held it. Then the pressure stopped. The door stayed open 6 inches. Vault tone began to pulse overhead. Beep, beep, beep. "Good," Ellis panted, bent double. "Good, broken is good." Grace stared at the narrow gap. "Nobody touches it." My hands were shaking badly. I folded them under my arms so no one would see. Martin had already found the red panel under the luggage rack. It was smaller than I expected, set low on the offside wall behind a scratched plastic cover that read "Emergency Brake Access, Staff Use Only." "There," he said. Owen looked at Grace. "You're the teacher. You got anything for opening that?" Grace blinked, offended despite everything. Then she reached into her bag and pulled out a heavy ring of keys. "What?" she said, seeing our faces. "School buildings have cupboards." She tried 2 keys, then a third. No luck. The 4th went halfway and stuck. "Force it," Ellis said. "I am forcing it." "Force it harder." Owen shouldered in. "Move." With one hard twist, he snapped something inside the lock. The plastic cover popped open and cracked against the wall. Inside was a red T-shaped handle connected to a cable and pressure gauge. The needle trembled above a yellow band. Martin read the faded instructions. "Pull and hold to vent brake pipe. May cause sudden stop. Do not operate unless, for God's sake," Grace said. "Pull it." Owen grabbed the handle and yanked. Nothing happened. He pulled harder, forearm muscles standing out. The cable moved a fraction, then stuck. "It's jammed." Martin crouched. "It may need to be lifted before pulling." "Then lift it." "I'm trying." The train lurched. Not a jerk this time. Movement. Slow, unmistakable movement. The platform began sliding past the windows. Ellis made a sound I had never heard from an adult man before, small and raw. He lunged toward the 6-inch door gap as if he might squeeze through it. Priya caught him. You'll fall between. We're moving. I know. Rain's slick platform tiles slid by outside, inch by inch, then faster. The Brackenhurst East sign moved past the window, the letters stretching and breaking in the wet glass reflection. Martin and Owen wrestled with the brake handle. Grace shoved in beside them, keys still in hand, trying to lever the cable free. The gauge needle trembled, dipped, rose again. I stood uselessly for 1 second too long. Then I saw the black zip tie on the maintenance trolley in the next carriage. The torn glove, the duct-taped cameras. Someone had prepared this. Someone had blocked the driver. Someone had expected the train to be empty by 1, but we were not empty, and my mother's message still sat unanswered in my pocket. I dropped to my knees beside the panel. "Move your hand," Owen snapped. "What are you doing?" "IT support," I said, which was ridiculous. But my fingers had found the cable housing, and there was a metal retaining clip bent inward just enough to catch. Not broken, jammed, like someone had done it quickly with pliers. I dug my thumbnail under the clip and pulled. Pain flashed under the nail, sharp and bright. The clip did not move. Priya shoved something into my hand. A pen, Grace's red marking pen. "Try that." I wedged the pen tip under the clip and levered. The pen cracked. The clip sprang loose. "Now," I shouted. Owen pulled. The handle came out with a violent snap. The train screamed. Everyone went forward. My shoulder hit the floor first, then my cheek. Priya crashed into a pole. Ellis slammed into a seat and cursed, clutching his ribs. Somewhere glass cracked. The platform outside slowed, stuttered, and stopped. For 3 seconds, nobody moved except to breathe. Then the lights went out completely. The emergency glow died. The carriage dropped into darkness, so thick the platform lamps outside became hard white rectangles in the windows. A speaker clicked above us. Not the automated voice. A man this time, close to the microphone, breathing lightly. "You shouldn't have done that," he said. The open doors gave a final warning chime. Then every door on the train locked with one heavy, synchronized clunk. And from the platform outside, footsteps began running toward our carriage. The footsteps came fast along the platform, then stopped just outside our carriage. That was worse than running. In the dark, with the train locked around us and the emergency lights dead, we listened to somebody stand there in the rain and decide what to do with us. Nobody breathed properly. Owen had one hand clamped around the red brake handle, still holding it out from the wall like he could keep the whole train pinned in place by force alone. Grace was on the floor beside him, one knee drawn up, her face a pale oval in the window glow. Martin had lost his glasses in the sudden stop and was patting around for them with frantic little taps. Priya was leaning against a pole, one arm wrapped around her ribs, blood running from a cut near her eyebrow. Ellis sat twisted against the seat base, both hands pressed to his side, making short animal noises through his teeth. I was on my knees by the brake panel, with Grace's broken red pen in my fist, and my thumbnail throbbing so hard it felt separate from the rest of me. Outside, rain struck the platform canopy in a steady hiss. The lamps beyond the windows turned every drop into silver wire. Then a shape moved across the glass. Owen whispered, "Down." We ducked. A beam of light swept through the carriage. Not a torch beam exactly. Wider, white and flat. It slid over the seats, the floor, the service panel, then climbed the wall and caught the top of Martin's head before he flinched under a table. "Oi," Ellis shouted before anyone could stop him. "We're in here," Grace hissed, quiet. But it was too late. The light snapped back. It held on the window opposite us. Through rain and reflection, I made out a man on the platform wearing an orange high-vis vest over a dark hoodie. Not network rail orange, like Laura had said. Builder's orange, cheap, loose, with reflective strips peeling at the edges. His hood was up, and a black snood covered his nose and mouth. He held a phone or small torch in one hand and a radio in the other. For one ridiculous second, hope rose anyway. Because people in high-vis are meant to solve problems. You see orange, you think roadworks, stations, authority. You think somebody knows which gate opens and which number to call. Grace stood halfway, one hand raised. "We need assistance. There are injured passengers, and the driver requires medical help." The man did not answer. He lifted the radio to his mouth. The speaker above us crackled at the same time. "Stay away from the doors," his voice said, delayed by half a second, close and dry through the train system, while his actual body stood 10 feet away in the rain. Ellis swore. Priya pressed a hand to the cut above her eye. Grace tried again. "This train is occupied. You need to contact emergency services." The man on the platform tilted his head. Then he walked past our carriage, toward the rear of the train. "Where is he going?" Owen asked. Martin had found his glasses. One lens was cracked. He put them on anyway, maybe to unlock the doors. "He's not here to help," Priya said. The certainty in her voice made the carriage feel smaller. A metallic clatter came from the rear vestibule, somewhere behind our original doorway. Ellis tried to stand and immediately folded with a gasp. "Ribs?" Priya asked, moving to him despite the way she held her own side. "Bruised," he said. "Maybe cracked. Don't touch. Then don't jump through 6-inch door gaps. I'll put that on my list." Their voices had that brittle edge people get when fear has nowhere to go except sarcasm. Grace looked at me. "Daniel, phone. No signal. Try emergency call." I did. My fingers were clumsy from adrenaline and pain. Green lit my palm blue. "Emergency calls only." I pressed it, listened. Nothing. Then 3 short tones. Call failed. I tried again, holding the phone near the window. Failed. Priya had hers out too. "Same." Owen pulled at the brake handle. "How long do I have to hold this?" Martin leaned close to the gauge, squinting through his broken lens. "The pressure's dropping, but slowly. If you let go before it vents fully, it may recharge. English. Keep holding it." Brilliant. Behind us, the clatter stopped. Then came a new sound, rubber squealing against metal. Ellis stiffened. Manual door release. The man outside was trying to reset or override the door we had jammed. Grace looked down the carriage, toward the front, where Laura Finch still lay behind the rigged staff door 2 carriages ahead. Then back toward the rear, where the man in orange was working his way in. "We need an exit," she said. "The platform side doors are locked," Ellis said. "What about the opposite side?" That was the first attempt. It made sense in the frantic way bad plans make sense when they are the only plans available. We were in the first passenger carriage beside the platform. The open platform was on our left, if facing the front. On the right, through the opposite windows, there was only darkness beyond the track bed. A brick retaining wall, weeds, and a narrow service walkway that ran alongside the train, about 4 feet below door level. If we could open a door on that side, we could drop to the walkway, move along the ballast under the wall, and maybe reach the front cab or rear without stepping onto the watched platform. Ellis knew where the release was. Of course he did. He limped to the right side doors, one hand against his ribs, and flipped open the emergency cover. "Stand clear," he said. He pulled the handle. The mechanism clunked. The doors parted 2 inches, then stopped. Cold air slid in low around our ankles, carrying the smell of wet stone and creosote. Owen, still holding the brake, shouted again. Ellis pulled harder. The doors shuddered open another inch. Not enough. I got my fingers into the gap and pulled. Martin joined, then Grace. The rubber seals squealed. The gap widened to maybe 8 inches, then 10. Rain blew through from the other side, colder than platform air, earthy and sour from soaked weeds. Through the narrow opening, I saw the service walkway below. A strip of grated metal bolted to concrete supports, running forward into blackness. Beyond it, the brick wall was so close you could touch it if you leaned. "Can someone fit?" Grace asked. Ellis looked at the gap and went gray. "Maybe a child." The word changed the air. The pink glove in the previous carriage. I saw Priya look back too. "There are no children here," Grace said quickly, as if saying it firmly could make it reliable. "Could have been from earlier," I said. Nobody answered. Martin crouched, looking at the lower track bed through the gap. "Even if we got out, third rail risk." Ellis shook his head. "This line uses third rail. That's the conductor rail there." He pointed down into the dark, where a raised metal rail glistened black beside the track. "You slip, you touch that, you're done." "So not that way," Priya said. "Not unless we shut power," Martin said. The carriage speaker clicked. "Door fault detected." The automated voice was back, cheerful and useless. Then the man's voice came over it. "Last warning. Step away from the release handles." Owen bared his teeth. "Or what?" The answer came from behind us. The rear door slammed open. Not fully, just enough for the man in orange to thrust something inside. A canister hit the floor and rolled beneath the seats. For half a second, my brain made it into something military, something from the news. Gas, smoke, a bomb. The hiss that followed was thin and vicious, and white vapor began spilling across the rubber floor. Priya shouted, "Back, cover your mouths." Panic broke the group apart. Ellis lurched toward the opposite side door gap. Martin stumbled over the fallen coffee cup. Grace grabbed his coat and dragged him upright. I backed into a pole hard enough to send a hot bolt through my shoulder. The vapor spread. It smelled sharp, chemical, familiar. Then Owen, still by the brake panel, coughed and yelled, "It's a fire extinguisher." He was right. Not smoke, not gas. Powder, dry chemical from a small extinguisher, rolling in choking clouds across the floor. Terrifying in the dark, but not poison. It still clawed at my throat and eyes. Priya coughed so hard she had to bend over, one hand on her knee. Martin's cracked glasses turned opaque with dust. The was not trying to kill us. He was trying to make us let go of the brake. Owen understood at the same time. Powder covered his sleeves and face, but he locked both arms around the red handle and leaned his weight backward. "Not happening," he rasped. The speaker clicked again. A different sound followed, 3 electronic beeps from the brake panel. Martin wiped his glasses with his sleeve and squinted at the gauge. "Pressure's almost 0. "Almost," Owen barked. "Keep holding." The man outside yanked at the jammed door. It opened another few inches with a rubber squeal. Rain and platform light cut a bright stripe across the dusty carriage. I could see his gloved hand now. Blue nitrile under black fingerless work gloves, a torn edge at one thumb, the same blue as the ripped glove on the trolley. Grace saw it too. "The maintenance trolley. That was you." The man froze, only for a breath, but enough. Then he pushed harder. The door gap widened. Ellis, shaking, grabbed the nearest loose object, the paper coffee cup. He stared at it, disgusted with himself, threw it anyway. It bounced off the man's shoulder, useless. Owen shouted, "Daniel, the trolley." The trolley was in the next carriage, jammed across the connecting door. Heavy, on wheels, braked. I understood, and hated that I understood. I ran through the powder haze, lungs burning, toward the connecting door. Priya followed, coughing. The maintenance trolley sat angled where we had forced past it, one wheel still partly locked. I released the brake lever at its base with my foot and shoved. It barely moved. "Help me," I choked. Priya pushed beside me. On 3, we rammed it together. The trolley rolled with a shriek, crossing the aisle and slamming into the rear doors from the inside just as the man got his shoulder through. Metal hit bone or vest with a heavy, dull thud. He grunted and fell back onto the platform. "Again," Priya shouted. We shoved the trolley tighter against the door. Grace appeared and jammed her key ring through the wheel bracket and around a seat support, twisting until the ring bent. "It won't hold forever," she said. "Only needs to hold long enough," Martin replied. "For what?" He looked at the brake gauge. The needle had finally dropped into red. "For that." Owen let go of the handle carefully, as if it might bite. The train did not move. For 1 second, we had won something. A partial victory. The train was stopped, the rear door blocked, and the man in orange was outside again. Then Laura screamed. It came from the front, muffled by 2 doors and a carriage of darkness, but unmistakable. Not surprise. Pain. Priya ran before anyone spoke. "Priya," I shouted. She did not stop. That was the second attempt. Reach Laura and get her out before the man in orange found another way in, or before whatever had been rigged to the door did its job without us touching it. We chased Priya forward through the powder white carriage and into the darker one beyond. My throat felt sanded raw. My eyes watered so badly the emergency shapes blurred. Grace limped now, though she tried to hide it. Martin kept one hand on the seat backs, moving slower because his cracked glasses bent the world wrong. Ellis stayed close to the center aisle, away from the sealed doors, breathing in shallow pulls. Owen brought up the rear, glancing back every few steps. At the staff compartment door, blood had spread into a thin, dark crescent along the threshold. Priya dropped to her knees. Laura, talk to me." A groan answered. The fishing line still ran from the handle to the hinge gap. In the dimness, it looked too delicate to matter. Martin took out his folded timetable with shaking hands and held it near the line, not touching. It may be attached to a switch or a trip mechanism, could be as simple as a noise alarm. Or not, Ellis said. Priya pressed her ear to the door. Her breathing's worse. Grace looked at the cardboard taped over the small window. Can we remove that? From outside, I asked. The cardboard edges were on the inside. Whoever had taped it wanted the window blocked from Laura's side, not ours. Owen knelt and studied the gap under the door. Can we cut the line? With what? Grace asked. She searched her bag anyway. Keys, red pens, essay papers, a packet of tissues, a small pair of folding scissors. Priya reached for them. Martin caught her wrist. No, not until we know where it leads. She stared at him. She may have a head injury and active bleeding. And if that line triggers something worse, you'll be injured too. People always say something worse when they don't know. Correct, Martin said, voice trembling. Because I don't know. That shut her up for half a second, not because she agreed, but because his fear was honest. I crouched lower, using my phone light despite the dying battery. The beam shook in my hand. The line ran under the handle, around a tiny screw someone had fixed into the doorframe, then disappeared into the hinge gap. Beside the lower hinge, taped against the wall, was a small black rectangle the size of a matchbox. A wire ran from it through the door seam. Not explosives. I told myself that immediately because the alternative made thought impossible. It looked like a contact alarm. Maybe a cheap magnetic sensor. The kind used on sheds, cabinets, windows. It's an alarm, I said, I think. A door contact sensor. Grace leaned in. Can you disable it? Maybe. Priya looked at me with awful hope. I wished she had not. At work, people acted like it meant magic hands. Printer jam, Daniel. Database error, Daniel. Office speaker making a clicking noise, Daniel. I knew networks, permissions, passwords, bad cable management. I did not know how to disarm a rigged door on a train at a demolished station while a man in a mask tried to get in behind us. Still, I had seen enough cheap contact sensors. Battery-powered, magnetic. Remove the cover, pull the battery, maybe. I slid Grace's broken red pen cap under the sensor casing. Laura moaned again. Priya whispered, Daniel, I know. The casing popped loose. Nothing happened. Inside was a small coin battery and 2 wires soldered badly to a board. I pinched the battery with my nails. My injured thumbnail screamed. The battery slipped. Owen handed me a key. I used it as a lever. The battery flicked out and fell to the floor. No alarm sounded. Everyone exhaled too soon. The speaker above us clicked. Anne's voice said, Calm now. That door opens, she dies. Priya went rigid. Grace looked around, trying to find the camera. The internal camera in this carriage was twisted to the wall, but not covered. Maybe it still caught enough. Maybe there was another one hidden. Maybe he was guessing. Martin's mouth worked silently. Owen stood. He's bluffing. Is he? Priya asked. Laura's voice came through the door, faint and broken. Don't. Let him take it. Priya pressed closer. Take what? No answer. Laura. Something scratched against the lower gap. A plastic card slid out, sticky with blood. A staff ID badge. Priya picked it up with 2 fingers. The photo showed Laura Finch in uniform, smiling awkwardly at a camera. Behind the card, folded small and shoved through after it, came a piece of paper torn from a train operations form. Martin unfolded it. There was a hand-drawn track diagram in black pen. The main line, the platform marked B, a short spur curving away toward a boxed area labeled Old Service Road, and beyond that, a rectangle marked site, hoarding/shaft. 3 times had been written beside it. 00, 3100, 4701, 00 under the last time, 1 word. Drop. Ellis read it over Martin's shoulder. What does drop mean? No one answered. Owen looked toward the rear. We need to leave. Now, not through the train, off it. The platform gate is chained, Grace said. Then we break the chain. With what? He looked back toward the maintenance trolley. Tools. That meant returning toward the man in orange. Another partial plan. Another bad one. But the track diagram had changed the shape of the night. There was something beyond the station. A spur, a site hoarding, a shaft, drop. These were not ghost words. They were construction words. Infrastructure words. Real enough to crush you. Priya did not want to leave Laura. I could see it in the way she kept one hand on the door. Laura whispered, barely audible. Badge opens cab locker, tools, front vestibule, go. Laura, we're coming back, Priya said. Laura gave a sound that might have been a laugh if she had more air. Break first, then gate, then police. Police. The word felt ordinary and impossible. We moved again. Back through the dark carriage, past the staff door, past the duct-taped camera, past the trolley wedged against the rear doors. No sign of the man in orange through the windows now. The platform outside looked empty again. Lamps buzzing, rain shining, benches slick and vacant. That emptiness was the worst misdirection of the night, because for 5 seconds I thought he had gone. Then Ellis saw the reflection. Down, a brick came through the window beside Grace. Glass burst inward with a flat, violent crack. Safety glass mostly held together, but chunks and glittering crumbs sprayed across the seats and aisle. Grace cried out and clutched her cheek. Blood appeared between her fingers. The brick hit the floor and skidded to my shoe. Tied around it with cable was a small black device blinking green. Martin stared. Tracker. No, I said. My phone vibrated. So did Priya's. Ellis's. Owen's. Grace's bag. All at once. Signal flooded back. Not normal signal, but a network prompt. A Wi-Fi network appeared on my screen. BRACKNHURST public free. Then a message opened in a browser window by itself. Leave the driver. Walk to the front cab. Place badge ON dashboard. Doors open after 0100. Owen picked up the brick, looked at the blinking device, and hurled it back through the broken window. It bounced on the platform and skidded under a bench. Subtle, Ellis said, voice shaking. Priya was staring at the message on her phone. He wants Laura's badge. Martin folded the track diagram carefully, almost tenderly, and put it inside his coat, or whatever access it gives. Grace lowered her hand from her cheek. A thin cut ran from cheekbone to jaw, already swelling at the edges. She looked furious more than hurt. Then he doesn't get it. From the rear of the platform came a shout. Not the man in orange this time. Another voice, farther away. Mal, door, Owen whispered. there's more than one. A second figure crossed under the canopy near the chained gate, moving fast, carrying bolt cutters. Not toward the gate, toward the train. Ellis pressed both hands against his head. We are not getting out that way. The geography of the trap settled around us. Platform on the left, watched and occupied. Locked doors on both sides. Narrow, electrified service walkway on the right. Laura trapped 2 carriages forward behind a rigged door. Front cab beyond her, possibly containing the locker her badge could open. Rear doors blocked with our trolley, but not for long. Chained station gate at the far end. Old spur ahead, leading toward a service road and something marked shaft, and 1 o'clock coming. Owen grabbed the brake handle again. Still vented, Martin looked at the gauge. Yes, but if someone restores pressure from the cab or exterior panel, the train answered him. A deep thump ran beneath our feet. Then another. It rushed through pipes under the carriage, building pressure with a rising hiss. The gauge needle began to climb. Owen pulled the red handle. It stayed out. The needle kept climbing. Martin's face emptied. They're recharging it remotely. Can we stop it? Grace asked. Not from here. The train shuddered. Outside, the man in orange and the second figure moved in opposite directions along the platform, one toward the rear door, one toward the front. They were hurting us. Priya looked at Laura's bloody badge in her palm. We need the cab locker, she said. If there are tools, maybe a radio, a proper emergency handset, something. That means going past the rigged door, Ellis said. No, Martin said slowly. The front cab access may be beyond the staff compartment door, but there's an external cab door on the platform side. If we can reach the very front vestibule from inside. The front vestibule is past Laura, I said. Then we go through the opposite carriage door onto the service walkway, move forward along the train exterior, and climb back in at the cab if there's a handle. Ellis stared at him. You just said third rail. I know. That's your plan. Martin's voice cracked. It is not a good plan. It is the remaining plan. The needle rose into yellow. The train gave a slow, creeping tug forward. Not much. A few inches. Enough. The platform sign began to move past the window again. Grace, bleeding and pale, straightened her coat as if preparing to walk into a classroom full of shouting children. We go forward, she said. Right side walkway. Single file. Nobody touches the rail. Daniel, you have the phone light. Priya, keep the badge. Martin, you guide us. Owen, help Ellis. I'll bring up the rear. Ellis shook his head. I can't. The train tugged again. A louder clunk came from the track ahead as points shifted. From somewhere beyond the front of the train, a warning horn sounded once. Low, mechanical, final. I thought of my mother's message, of Laura bleeding behind the door, of the word drop written under 0100. I looked at Ellis. You can't stay either. The rear door burst inward against the trolley with a bang that bent Grace's key ring out of shape. Owen hauled Ellis upright. The opposite side doors were still open only 10 inches. Not enough for comfort, enough for desperation. One by one, coughing from extinguisher dust, slick with rain and sweat and blood, we forced ourselves through the narrow gap and dropped onto the service walkway beside the live rail. Behind us, the carriage door slammed shut. Ahead, the train began moving for real, and the only way left was forward along the outside of it, in the dark, with the brick wall scraping our shoulders and the electrified rail shining below. The service walkway was not meant for passengers. It was barely meant for feet. It ran along the right side of the train like an afterthought, a grated metal strip bolted to the concrete wall, slick with rain and black grease. On our left, the train's side panels slid past our shoulders with every shuddering inch of movement. On our right, the brick retaining wall scraped close enough that my laptop bag kept catching and jerking me backward. Below us, the conductor rail gleamed under the platform light spill, wet and lethal, close enough that one wrong step would turn the night into a flash and a fall. "Single file," Martin kept saying. "Single file. Stay against the wall. Do not look down." That was easy advice to give and impossible to obey. The train was moving slowly, maybe walking pace, but the walkway was fixed and the train was not. The carriages crept beside us with their windows blacked out, each one passing like a wall in motion. We had to move forward faster than it did, squeezing along the narrow gap toward the front cab before the old spur dragged the whole train beyond the station throat. Priya went first, Laura's bloody staff badge clenched in her fist. Martin followed, one hand on the brickwork, cracked glasses slipping down his nose. I came behind him, with my phone light pointed low. Ellis limped after me, breath hitching whenever his ribs caught. Owen had one fist in the back of Ellis's jacket, half guiding, half hauling him forward. Grace brought up the rear, cheek bleeding freely now, rain washing thin red lines down her neck into the collar of her coat. Behind us, from inside the train, something banged against a door. The men were in. "Faster," Grace said. Ellis laughed once, sharp and ugly. "I'm open to flying." We reached the gap between carriages. The rubber gangway bellows loomed ahead, flexing as the train moved, a black accordion slick with rain. The walkway narrowed there. The wall bulged inward around an old cable duct, leaving barely enough room for a person to turn sideways. Martin stopped. Priya looked back. "Why are you stopping?" He pointed down. A rusted bracket had broken away from the edge of the grating, leaving a jagged hole where someone's foot could slip through to the ballast below. The train clanked beside us. A horn sounded ahead, low and brief. "We step over," Grace said. Martin swallowed. Carefully, Priya crossed first. Her shoe skidded on the wet metal. She caught herself against the brick, scraping her knuckles hard enough that I heard skin tear. No scream, just a sucked-in breath. Martin followed, moving like an old man, though he was only 46. His foot touched the broken bracket, and it shifted with a rusty squeal. "Don't put weight there," he said. "I gathered," I said, my turn. I stepped over the hole, phone in one hand, wall under the other. The train lurched. Not much, enough. My shoulders slammed into the carriage side, and my left foot came down half on metal, half over nothing. For a second, my shoe dangled above the dark, and below that, the conductor rail waited with its wet shine. Ellis grabbed my belt from behind. "Up," he grunted. I scrambled forward. My knee hit the grating. Pain bloomed hot through my trousers. Martin caught my sleeve. Priya caught Martin. one stupid human moment. We were a chain of strangers holding each other upright because the alternative was too simple. "Thanks," I said. Ellis's face was gray. "Don't make me do hero stuff. I'm built for deliveries." Owen shoved him gently. "Move, courier boy." The next carriage slid past. Through one dark window, I saw movement inside, an orange vest crossing the aisle. Then the window cracked from within. A fist or tool struck it again. Safety glass spidered but held. "Go," Grace shouted. The man in orange appeared behind the broken pattern, his masked face distorted by the webbed glass. He hit it a third time with what looked like the bolt cutters. The pane sagged outward. We pushed forward. The front cab was now visible, not close, but there. A blunt yellow end emerging beyond the platform lights, already nearing the darker mouth of the spur. The track curved left beyond the station, away from the main line, and toward a run of construction hoarding under sodium lamps. Behind the hoarding rose the skeleton of an unfinished development. Scaffolding, plastic sheeting, a crane frozen above it like a bent finger. The hand-drawn map became real in pieces. Old service road, site hoarding, shaft, drop. Priya reached the front cab exterior door first. It was set into the side of the cab just beyond the final passenger window, with a small black access pad beside the handle. She slapped Laura's badge against it. "Nothing." "Again," Martin said. She tried again. The pad blinked red. "No, no, no," she whispered. The train kept moving. I looked past the cab. The platform had ended. We were beyond Brackenhurst East now, moving along the old spur. The service walkway continued, but only for another 20 feet before it dropped to ballast and weeds. After that, no wall-side path, just track bed, conductor rail, and the dark cut toward the construction site. Owen looked back. "They're coming through the window." Grace's voice was steady but thin. "Priya, try the badge upside down." Priya flipped it. Red light. Martin leaned close, rain dripping from his beard. "It may require driver pin." "We don't have a pin," Ella said. "Cab locker," I said. They all looked at me. Laura said the badge opens the cab locker, not the cab. For 1 second, nobody spoke. Then Priya closed her eyes. "She told us to get to the locker," Martin said, almost to himself. "From inside." "Great," Ellis said. "So we came out here to die wetter." The front passenger door, just behind the cab, was beside us. Its emergency release housing was visible through the glass, inside the train. We were outside, trapped against the moving body, with the door sealed. Owen raised the brick he had picked up from the floor before we climbed out. I had not even noticed him carrying it. "Stand back. There's safety film," Martin warned. "Then I'll hit it twice." He hit the window beside the front door. The first blow made a white flower in the glass. Second caved a fist-sized hole inward, but the plastic film held in ragged folds. Owen jammed the brick through, grunted, and tore. Glass crumbs sprayed his wrist. He ignored it. Blood immediately mixed with rain on the back of his hand. Priya reached through the hole, too short by inches. "Ellis," she said. "What? Your arms." He stared at the broken glass, at the moving train, at the narrow walkway, at the dark below. "No, Ellis." I said no. Inside the train, the man in orange shouted something. Close now. Grace stepped in front of Ellis. Her cheek was still bleeding. Her coat was torn. She looked exhausted enough to fall over and too angry to permit it. "You are frightened," she said. "That is allowed. But if that train reaches the shaft with us outside it, there will be no door to open and no carriage to hide in. Put your arm through the glass." Ellis's mouth twisted. "You talk to all adults like they're in year 10. When they behave like year 10, yes." The train jerked. The end of the walkway was 10 feet away. Ellis swore, stepped forward, and thrust his arm through the ragged hole. He screamed immediately. "Glass," Priya said. "Don't pull back, don't pull back." His sleeve caught. Blood ran down his wrist. He stretched, fingers searching inside, face pressed against the cold exterior panel. "Left," Martin said. "Lower. There should be a release." "I'm trying." Owen held Ellis's waist so he wouldn't pitch forward. I held Owen's coat. Grace held the wall. Priya stood beneath Ellis's arm with both hands ready, useless and necessary. "Got it," Ellis gasped. A clunk. The door opened 3 inches and slammed into his shoulder. He yanked his arm out, tearing fabric and skin. Priya grabbed him before he fell. The front passenger doors shuddered apart, fighting the moving train and the outdoor air, opening just wide enough for us to wedge through one by one. "Inside," Grace shouted. Priya went first. Martin next. Followed, landing hard on the vestibule floor. Ellis came through with Owen half lifting him. Grace was last. The moment she cleared the threshold, the walkway ended. Outside the open door, metal grating gave way to darkness and track stones rushing past below. The door tried to close. Owen kicked it. Not now. We were in the front vestibule. The driver's cab door was directly ahead, marked staff only. Beside it, a small locker with a black badge reader. Priya slapped Laura's badge against it. Green light. The locker popped open. Inside were a high-visibility jacket, a first aid kit, a sealed emergency radio, a heavy metal brake key, a glass breaker, and a folded orange notice marked with the train operating company's logo. Martin grabbed the notice. Priya grabbed the first aid kit and radio. I took the brake key because it looked important and because my hands needed a job. The radio crackled when Priya switched it on. "Hello," she said. "This is an emergency. Passengers trapped on train at Brackenhurst East, driver injured, train moving onto Old Spur. Do you copy?" Static. Then a voice, distant but real. "Identify service." Priya looked at me. I gave the train number from the rail app, praying it had not lied about that too. She repeated it. The radio hissed. "Say again location." "Brackenhurst East," Priya said. A pause. "That station is not operational." Grace gave a laugh that had no humor left in it. "We are aware." Martin unfolded the orange notice. His face changed. "What?" I asked. He turned it toward us. It was not an official passenger notice. It was a worksite movement plan. The train number had been handwritten at the top. Beneath it were instructions for moving an empty unit onto the disused spur for containment and controlled descent. The words were bureaucratic enough to make the thing more obscene. Controlled descent into the shaft. They were dumping the train, not by accident. Not exactly. The demolished station and spur had been turned into an illegal disposal route, or a cover for one or both. A train recorded as canceled and terminated elsewhere. A driver trapped. A station rebuilt just enough to manage the movement. Passengers not meant to be aboard. We're cargo, Ellis said. No, Grace said. We are witnesses. A crash came from the carriage behind us. The man in orange entered the vestibule with the bolt cutters in both hands. His snood had slipped under one cheek, showing a stubbled jaw and a split lip. Behind him, the second man moved between seats, thinner, younger, carrying a crowbar. The man in orange looked at the open locker, Laura's badge, the radio in Priya's hand. Put it down. Priya raised the radio. Police are being contacted. No, they're not. He stepped forward. Owen did not wait. He swung the brick. The man blocked with the bolt cutters. The brick cracked against metal and flew from Owen's hand. Second man lunged around him. Grace shoved her school bag into his knees. He tripped, hit the pole shoulder first, and dropped the crowbar with a ringing clang. Everything broke into pieces. Short, hard pieces. Owen tackled orange vest into the door frame. Ellis kicked the crowbar away, then folded, clutching his ribs. Priya ducked behind the locker with the radio. Martin shouted, "Cab brake, cab brake." I had the brake key. The cab door was locked. The keyhole was under a red flap beside the door. My hands shook so badly the key scraped metal twice before it went in. Behind me, Owen cried out. The bolt cutters hit his forearm. Something cracked or came close to cracking. He still held on. Grace was on the floor with the younger man, both of them grabbing for her bent key ring like it mattered. He slapped her. She slammed the heel of her hand into his nose. Blood burst over his mouth. Priya shouted into the radio, "We are under attack. Train moving toward shaft. Emergency stop required now." The distant voice answered, clipped, and suddenly awake. "If you can access cab, apply emergency brake and isolate traction." "Repeat, I'm trying," I yelled. The cab door opened. I fell inside. The driver's seat was empty. Controls glowed in dim green and amber. Rain streaked the front glass. Ahead, the track curved toward a gap in the construction hoarding. Beyond it, under floodlights, I saw the shaft. It was not a hole in the ground like in films. It was a rectangular excavation with concrete edges and steel ribs, partly covered by temporary decking. The old track ran straight toward a missing section where barriers had been removed. A heavy buffer stop had been unbolted and shoved aside. The rails ended in open air. We had maybe 40 seconds, maybe less. "Daniel," Martin shouted. I did not know train controls. Buttons, levers, gauges, labels, Deadman's handle, brake controller, reverser, traction, sand, wipers. My brain turned them into nonsense. I thought of office tickets. People angry because a projector would not connect. Me telling them to slow down, read the label, do one thing at a time. Read the label. There was a red mushroom button under a clear guard. Emergency stop. I slammed it. Nothing happened. A yellow warning flashed. Bypass active. Of course. The brake key. I jammed it into the slot marked brake isolation / reset and turned. The train gave a deep electrical growl. Behind me, the man in orange broke free of Owen and came for the cab. Priya threw the first aid kit at his head. It burst open across his face, spilling bandages and dressings. He swore, staggered, and lunged again. I grabbed the main brake handle and pulled it all the way back. The train shrieked, not enough. The shaft kept coming. Martin was suddenly beside me, half in the cab doorway, glasses gone entirely now. "Sander, use the sand." "What?" "Sand gives grip." "Wet rail, press sand." He pointed. I hit the button marked sand and held it. A rough, grinding hiss came from under the train. The wheels screamed louder. The train slowed. Not enough. Orange Vest grabbed Martin from behind and dragged him backward. Martin's head struck the door frame with a horrible wooden sound. He went down. The brake handle kicked under my palm. The bypass warning flashed again. Remote traction command active. They still had control from somewhere. I saw the radio clipped near the dashboard. A panel beside it read cab secure override. A small rotary switch had been locked open with a black zip tie. Black zip tie, trolley, glove, sensor. Everything done quickly, cheaply, with tools and confidence. I pulled at the zip tie. It held. Orange Vest stepped into the cab. He had the crowbar now. "Move," he said. I did not. He swung. I raised my left arm because bodies do stupid protective things before brains can object. The crowbar struck my forearm. Pain flashed white and immediate. My hand went numb. The brake key fell to the floor. He shoved me aside and reached for the controls. Then Ellis appeared behind him. Ellis, pale and shaking, one sleeve soaked red from the broken window, wrapped both arms around the man's waist and drove him sideways into the cab console. "Do it," he screamed. Priya was in the doorway too, dragging Martin back by his coat. Grace had the younger man's crowbar now, though she held it like it weighed 50 pounds. Owen was on one knee, useless arm tucked against his chest, blood on his teeth. I grabbed the glass breaker from the locker floor, not for glass, for the zip tie. I jammed the pointed metal tip under the plastic and twisted. Once, twice. My injured thumb slipped. The tool tore skin in my palm. The train horn began sounding continuously, automatic or stuck, a long animal bellow into the construction site. Floodlights filled the cab. 20 seconds. The zip tie snapped. I turned the cab secure override. The remote traction warning died. I pulled the brake again with my good hand and leaned my whole weight onto it. Priya shouted into the radio. Emergency brake applied. The distant voice came back. "Hold brake, brace, brace now." "Brace," I yelled. The train hit something. Not the shaft, not yet. A temporary derailleur maybe. A clamp. A piece of track equipment not meant to save a train, but enough to punish it. The front end bucked. Everyone went sideways. The noise was beyond loud. Metal screamed. Glass cracked. The cab tilted. My shoulder hit the console. My face hit something hard. Teeth cut the inside of my cheek. The train slowed in violent, tearing pulses. A lull, half a second. Then the final stop. The front cab slammed down and left, throwing me into the driver's footwell. The world became dust, horn, rain, hot metal, people shouting from far away. Then stillness, not silence. The horn had died, but there were alarms now, multiple alarms. Little electronic screams layered over the hiss of brake lines and the ticking of cooling equipment. I lifted my head. The front window was cracked across its full width. Beyond it, 2 meters ahead, the rails ended. Past them, floodlights shone down into the open shaft. Deep, concrete, wet steel ladders, standing water at the bottom catching the light like black glass. 2 meters, maybe less. Train had stopped with its nose hanging just short of the drop. I tried to move my left arm and nearly vomited from the pain. Orange Vest was wedged against the opposite console, groaning. Ellis lay half across him, conscious but crying openly now, tiny sharp breaths. Grace had collapsed in the vestibule, one hand still around the crowbar. Owen was beside her, his forearm bent wrong enough that I looked away. Priya knelt over Martin, fingers pressed to his neck. "Pulse," she said. "He has a pulse." The radio crackled from somewhere under the seat. "Emergency services notified. Stay clear of track. Do not detrain unless instructed. Confirm status." Priya crawled to it. Her voice shook so hard the words came out broken. "Train stopped. Multiple injuries. Driver trapped. 2 attackers restrained or incapacitated. We are at the edge of an excavation." A pause. "Help is en route. Help is en route." I had heard that phrase in films and public announcements and training videos. I had never known it could sound so unreal. The man in orange groaned and reached toward his pocket. Grace saw him. She dragged herself upright, raised the crowbar with both hands, and brought it down beside his head hard enough to dent the cab floor. "Do not," she said. He stopped moving. Priya looked at me. "Daniel, your arm, it's fine." "It is not fine." "I know." I laughed then once, and it hurt my cheek where I had bitten it. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I fumbled it out with my right hand. 1 bar of signal. A message from my mother, sent minutes ago or just arriving now. "Daniel, please answer." My vision blurred, and for a second I hated myself more than I hated the men, the train, the station, the whole wet machinery of the night. I had spent years fearing the blank space where nobody could reach me, and here I was inside it, bleeding at the edge of a hole in the ground, still unable to type properly. I pressed the microphone button and sent a voice message because my fingers would not work. "Mom, I'm alive. I'm hurt, but I'm alive. Police are coming. I'll explain, I promise." I sent it. The bar vanished. Maybe it went, maybe it didn't. Behind us, from somewhere 2 carriages back, Laura Finch knocked weakly on the staff compartment door. Tap, tap, tap. Priya closed her eyes, then opened them. "I'm going to her." Nobody argued. The conflict was over in the bluntest sense. The train had not gone into the shaft. The remote control had been killed. The men who reached us were down, and the radio had finally found the real world. But none of us moved like survivors yet. We moved like people waiting for the next thing to break. The first uniformed person I saw was not a police officer. It was a paramedic in a green jacket and helmet, climbing down from the construction hoarding with a torch clenched between her teeth and one hand raised like she was approaching a frightened animal. "Stay where you are," she called. Nobody moved toward the track. Nobody argued. That should tell you something about how tired we were. The train had stopped with its nose hanging over the edge of the excavation, and every small noise made us flinch because the whole front cab seemed to answer with a tiny metallic shift. It was probably just settling. Probably the brakes cooling. Probably my imagination making disaster out of physics. But when you have seen rails end 2 meters in front of you, probably stops being a comfort. I was wedged on the cab floor with my left arm held against my chest, listening to Ellis cry quietly through his teeth and Owen swear at nobody, in particular, whenever his broken forearm moved. Priya had gone back toward Laura with the emergency radio clipped to her coat and blood drying along her eyebrow. Grace sat in the vestibule with the younger attacker's crowbar across her knees, as if she were monitoring a detention room. Martin lay on his side near the cab doorway, conscious again, but foggy, one hand pressed to the back of his head. The man in the orange vest had stopped trying to get up after Grace's warning. He lay against the console, breathing hard, his face turned away from us. The younger one was on the floor by the pole, nose bleeding, wrists looped awkwardly through Grace's bent key ring and the strap from her school bag. It would not have held a determined person for long. It held him because he looked more frightened than dangerous now. "Police," Grace said whenever he shifted. He stopped shifting. The first responders came in through the cab door from the platform side after someone outside cut power and secured the train. I remember that more as sound than sight. Radios popping, boots on ballast, clipped voices using words like isolate, overhead, traction current, even though there was no overhead line, and somebody repeatedly asking whether the driver had been accounted for. Priya answered from 2 carriages back. "She's alive. Door is rigged. Possible head injury, blood loss, reduced responsiveness." Her voice sounded wrecked, but still professional. It made me proud of her in the strange way you can be proud of someone you met less than an hour ago. The paramedics reached Martin first, then Ellis, then me. Mine was not the worst injury, only the loudest inside my own body. The crowbar had cracked my ulna, clean enough that the emergency doctor later called it straightforward, a word I disliked immediately. My thumbnail was half lifted from its bed. My knee was split and swollen. I had a bite wound inside my cheek where my own teeth had gone through during the crash stop. "Can you wiggle your fingers?" the paramedic asked. I tried. 2 moved. 2 did not. "Some numbness," she said to someone behind her. "That's bad. It's information." I almost laughed. Priya would have said the same thing. They got Laura out last, not because she mattered least, but because the door had to be dealt with by people who knew how to deal with things that might punish impatience. The rig was not a bomb. That came out later, after the Metropolitan Police and British Transport Police had finished photographing every inch of it. It was uglier in a smaller way. A contact alarm linked to a cheap radio trigger, and a spring-loaded nail gun cartridge fixed inside the compartment wall, aimed low through the door seam. If someone had yanked the handle from outside, it would have fired into whoever was nearest on the inside. Laura had been nearest. When the specialist officer explained it to Priya, she sat down on the platform edge and put both hands over her face. "I nearly opened it," she said. "But you didn't," Grace said. Priya shook her head. Grace's voice softened. "You didn't." Laura Finch came out on a spine board under a silver blanket, her blonde hair clotted dark near the temple, one arm strapped tight, oxygen mask fogging with each breath. she was awake enough to move her eyes. When Priya leaned over her, Laura lifted 2 fingers from the blanket. Not a wave exactly, more like proof of life. Priya cried then, only for a few seconds. She turned away and wiped her face with the heel of her palm, annoyed at herself, as if tears were an unprofessional spillage. By then, the platform at Brackenhurst East had become crowded with the real world. Blue lights washed over the old station sign. Police tape fluttered across the chained gate. Firefighters cut through fencing at the far end. A drone buzzed somewhere above the construction site, its sound thin and insect-like against the rain. It looked less impossible under floodlights. That was almost disappointing. The painted sign was real, bolted to new posts. The benches were real. The cameras were real. The faded musical poster had been printed only a month earlier from an old digital file, probably because whoever staged the place thought nobody would look too closely. The public Wi-Fi node was a portable router taped under the bench, powered by a battery pack. The station was not a ghost. It was a set, a trap built out of stolen equipment, old railway knowledge, construction access, and the assumption that canceled trains do not carry witnesses. By dawn, they had names for the men. The man in orange was Malcolm Reeve, 41, male, a subcontractor site supervisor with access to the redevelopment works beyond the old spur. Mal, just as the other man had shouted. The younger one was Callum Price, 27, male, a casual security guard hired through a shell company no one at the main contractor seemed eager to recognize. They were not masterminds. That was another disappointment, in its way. They were men with keys, radios, borrowed authority, and enough confidence to make dangerous stupidity look organized. The police did not tell us everything. They never do. But pieces came out in interviews, in follow-up calls, in the careful wording of news reports. The old Brackenhurst East cutting had become part of a disputed construction site after years of stalled ownership transfers and temporary works. The shaft beyond the hoarding was part of a service access project connected to drainage and utilities. The train was supposed to be an empty unit being moved under false paperwork after termination at Norwood Junction, then stripped, dumped into the excavation, and reported as a runaway or catastrophic procedural failure during unauthorized movement. Insurance fraud was mentioned. So was evidence destruction. So were missing maintenance funds. The phrase, wider investigation, appeared so often it started to feel like a wall. We gave statements until words lost their edges. British Transport Police took my phone, returned it, took it again, copied it, and finally gave it back in a plastic evidence sleeve as if it might contaminate my pocket. They asked about times, stops, announcements. The first moment I noticed the sign, whether any of us touched controls before the attackers entered, whether Laura seemed coherent, whether Martin had handled the worksite plan, whether Owen struck Malcolm Reeve before or after Reeve threatened us. Owen, arm in plaster, said, after. Also before, maybe. Put whichever helps. His solicitor told him to stop talking. Grace gave the cleanest statement. Of course she did. Even with stitches down her cheek, she arranged the night into sequence. Alarm failure, driver warning, brake panel, extinguisher, hostile entry, exterior walkway, cab access, emergency stop. The officer taking notes looked slightly afraid of disappointing her. Ellis's statement took longest. Not because he lied, because he had to keep stopping to breathe. He sat outside the interview room with one arm bandaged and two ribs taped, staring at the automatic doors as they opened and closed for hospital staff. "I hate that sound now," he said to me. "What sound?" He nodded toward the doors. "Soft motor, rubber seal, click. I keep thinking they'll lock." I knew better than to say they would not. Martin stayed in hospital overnight for observation. Concussion, scalp wound, no skull fracture. When I saw him the next afternoon, he was sitting up in bed with replacement reading glasses from the hospital shop, correcting a newspaper article about the incident with a borrowed pen. "They called it an abandoned tube station," he said, offended. "It was neither tube nor abandoned. Good to see your priorities survived." He smiled, then winced. "How's your arm?" "Straightforward." "Ah, terrible word." "Exactly." Priya was there too, sitting in the visitor chair with her coat still smelling faintly of extinguisher powder. She had been discharged, but had refused to leave until Laura came out of surgery. Laura's head wound had looked worse than it was. Her arm had needed pins. She would live. She might even drive again, though nobody said when. Priya kept checking her phone, not scrolling, checking. After the third time, she caught me noticing. "My flatmate called 27 times, she said, then called hospitals. That's love. It's also going to be unbearable when I get home. Usually the same thing." She looked at me, tired and almost smiling. "Did your mum get your message?" I had not told anyone how much that mattered, not in detail. Maybe I did not need to. "Yeah," I said. "It's sent." My mother arrived at St. George S before they set the cast. She was 63, 5'2", and capable of making a triage nurse apologize for things outside human control. She did not cry when she saw me. She put one hand on my uninjured shoulder and held it hard enough to hurt. "You said you were alive," she said. "I was. That is a very low standard for communication. I'll do better." "You will." Then she sat beside my bed and peeled the plastic wrapper off a vending machine sandwich neither of us wanted. Ordinary life returned in small, absurd tasks. Charging cables, insurance forms, a nurse asking if I could rate my pain from 1 to 10, my mother complaining that the tea was dishwater, me trying to text work with one hand to say I would not be in early after all. My manager replied with a thumbs up emoji, and then, 10 minutes later, "Take all the time you need." That felt like progress. The official news cycle lasted 3 days. The first headline used the word miracle. The second used terror. The third moved on to a cabinet resignation and a football manager being sacked. Brackenhurst East appeared in drone shots and shaky phone videos. The fake sign, the broken train window, the exposed shaft, the police tents under rain. Commentators asked how a train could be misrouted, how old infrastructure could be accessed, how many contractors had keys they should not have. People online argued about whether we had exaggerated parts. Someone made a map. Someone else found an archived photo of the original station demolition and circled the place where our train had stopped. I did not read much after that. None of us went back to normal exactly, but normal came back around us. Grace returned to school after 2 weeks with a pale scar on her cheek, and according to an email she forwarded us, confiscated 3 phones before morning registration on her first day. Owen sent a photo of his plaster cast, covered in obscene drawings from his workmates. Ellis quit courier work for a while and took a warehouse job where the exits were wide and visible. Martin was invited onto a radio program and spent most of it explaining why railway history mattered, which I think was his way of making fear useful. Priya and I stayed in touch, not dramatically, not like trauma had made us family overnight. We sent practical updates. Laura's recovery, court dates, bad sleep, whether anyone else had heard from the police. Sometimes a message at 2 a.m. that said only awake, and an answer that said yeah. The first time I took a train again, it was in daylight. Norwood Junction to London Bridge, a normal service, crowded late by 4 minutes, smelling of coffee, damp wool, and somebody's takeaway breakfast. I stood near the doors because there were no seats, and when the announcement said the next station correctly, I felt foolishly grateful. At work, people were gentle for a week, then awkward, then normal. A printer jammed. Someone forgot their password. The conference room camera refused to connect. I fixed what I could. I guessed when I had to. My left arm itched under the cast, and when the office lights flickered during a rainstorm, I put both feet flat on the floor and waited for the feeling to pass. It passed, mostly. The court case was still pending when they reopened the line fully. The construction site stayed closed longer. Brackenhurst East disappeared again behind hoarding and police notices, then behind silence. The fake platform sign was removed. The cameras were taken down. The chained gate was cut and replaced with a welded barrier. Officially, there was no station there. That was the phrase they liked. No station there. As if places stop existing when timetables refuse them. A month after the night, I went with my mother to a garden center in Croydon because she said her balcony needed something alive that doesn't require a committee. We bought rosemary, 2 trays of pansies, and a ceramic pot shaped like a ridiculous owl. On the way back, she drove because my arm was still in a brace. We crossed a bridge over the railway near Penge just as a southbound train passed below. I looked down before I could stop myself. For a second, between the wet trees and the sound barriers, I saw the old cutting. Not Brackenhurst East exactly, just a dark slice of track curving away from where it should, toward hoarding and weeds and the backs of buildings. It was probably the wrong place. London is full of wrong-looking places from above. Still, my mother noticed me looking. "You all right?" "Yeah, you sure?" I almost said yes again. Instead I said, "Not completely." She nodded, kept driving. "That's more believable." That evening at home, I unpacked the rosemary and placed it on the kitchen windowsill under the damp patch above the cooker. My phone buzzed while I was rinsing soil from my fingers. Unknown number. For a moment, I thought police, solicitor, hospital. Some new statement, some new detail, but it was a text. Home yet, no name, no punctuation beyond the question mark. sent at 0042 according to the timestamp, though my phone received it at 18:16. I stared at it long enough for the screen to dim. Then I checked the message info. No sender available. I told myself there were explanations. Network delays, spoofed numbers, evidence systems returning old data, some glitch from the night finally shaking loose. Technology is not magic. It breaks in dull, stupid human ways. I deleted the message. Then I stood in my kitchen, listening to the pipes tick behind the wall and a train pass somewhere in the distance, wheels whispering over wet rails. A normal sound, almost. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you.